as we initiate chaos. Theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots, sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only waits us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Only another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All above the Betty Express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. I come a freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the Betty Express. In a beautiful darkness.
All right, you guys, we are back for day 2, and it looks like there wasn't a delay, and the storm is a little bit lighter over in Massachusetts, so we're probably going to have a full day. We are starting right before the jury comes in just to see if there's any motions or anything like that that are on, for either the state or the defense before we get into the testimony today. Now, Detective Schmidt will be back on the stand. According to the state, when the judge was kind of asking how today was going to go, there's about 40 to 50 more minutes of there being audio interview that we're going to be listening to. And then it looks like we have 40 minutes or so of actual questions, and then he'll be turning it over to the defense. The state went out of its way to say that they were moving swifter than they thought they would. And that they were going to have additional witnesses available, I think, every day this week. So if they got done with the witnesses they thought that they would be done with, they would essentially have people to come in so they wouldn't have to leave early and things could get expedited in the case.
Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning to the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Portes on behalf of Mr. Walsh. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
And good morning to the defense counsel and to the defendant. Anything anyone needs to raise with me before we bring the jury in?
Yes, just a few housekeeping matters, Your Honor. We entered 5 stipulated exhibits of banking records, and so I'm prepared if you would like those for your own record keeping, but they are up here. They've been stipulated to, and then
They relate to the stipulation from yesterday regarding banking records or something different?
they relate to yesterday's stipulation.
Okay.
So they've just been marked as the next 5 exhibits.
All right, that's fine.
And then
Where does that put us on the exhibits marked for identification? That is, what's the next one?
The next one for ID
Aye.
but these women as exhibits.
these went as exhibits, Your Honor. So the next exhibit number would be
Thank you
62.
for the clarification. So these 5 went in for as exhibits what through what? 56, 57, 58, 59, and 60?
And 61.
And again, Commonwealth, what are they banking records from where?
So 56 is Apple Credit Union. 57 is Barclays/JetBlue credit card. 58 is Leader Bank. 59 is JP Morgan Chase.
Hold on.
Certainly.
I'm caught up, yep.
60 is Liberty Bay Credit Union. 61 is Fidelity.
Okay. So we start on 62 for today,
Yes, Your Honor.
and I for identification today is our starting point. Okay?
And Your Honor, after this interview is finished playing, which is about another 30 minutes, I would ask that the court read in stipulation that's been marked D regarding the Richard Walker email.
All right, can I have that from either the clerk or the court reporter? D for ID.
I love this. A judge that's paying attention, that wants to get, this kind of piddly stuff going and be on the same page with everyone before the jury comes in. So we're not have to do this, kind of in the middle of things, like stop and ask the court reporter, okay, or court clerk, okay, which exhibit are we on? I like this judge. Of course, I'm a fan of getting things done. If I'm going to be working, if I have a task to do, let's do it quickly and efficiently.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else from the Commonwealth?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
And from the defense, anything this morning before we bring the jury in?
Just briefly at sidebar, Your Honor.
Sure.
You can go ahead and mark sidebar if you've got your bingo card out. MLS, I'm hoping that the audio stays good. Now we are looking at 30 more minutes of interviews. I also hope that might be actually what they're going up to sidebar to discuss. I think any defense attorney would have an issue of maintaining focus on their client, at all times. I do, agree that it can be prejudicial. So I do hope that that is addressed today. Thank you. I just didn't feel like doing my hair, y'all. This saves me so much time. And honestly, I didn't sleep well last night because I kept waiting for schools to close and things like that. And for those of you just joining, this is kind of going to be our schedule for this trial. Starting a little later, an hour and a half later at 10:30, gives us the opportunity to kind of speed through breaks and lunch and still end up right about on time, and gives me time to hang out with the kiddos. So that's kind of what we'll do. I'll generally be ending by 4 or 4:30 during the day. Now, if trial or dates go longer, we'll try to scooch that into the morning. I may start a little earlier the next day, but I will give you guys heads up. But this kind of schedule just works out for me. So thank you for, allowing me to start a little later just so I can get some stuff done. And I did count, I did 13 pages of notes with the first day. Now, that isn't probably comparable to jurors because I do, take notes during opening statements. And a lot of my notes were just kind of bolding and highlighting things that each attorney said that they would prove in their case. This is a long sidebar.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. You had a good night. Jurors will start today, as I promised, with the 4 questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Have you stayed away from all social media and or news media? And you all still have open minds? With those 4 questions all answered in the affirmative by all 16 jurors, we're ready to begin today's work. Witness may be called to the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would recall Harrison Schmidt.
And coming to the stand is Timu Carl Benjamin, Sargon of Akkad, or Detective Schmidt. Although every time I look at him, I want him to say something
So you
about
understand you're still under
about Sargon of Akkad and teach me Roman, philosophy. So there you go.
oath. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, we stopped an interview from January 7th at approximately 1 hour and 2 minutes and 35 seconds in. At this point in time, Your Honor, I'd ask to finish that recording.
You may.
Ms. Gilman?
More than that, so. On the very
Ms. Gilman, could you make it a little louder?
when was her scheduled flight back? Tuesday morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know which one. Yes, that was the understanding. Okay. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, you said on Friday the 30th when she landed, she told you that she Yeah, that word that she was getting about it.
She was alluding to things being very busy with stuff on Friday. And she was, I remember her being tired.
Did she book a return flight earlier? Did she change the reservation? Did she book a new one?
I don't, see, here's the thing. She sent me the flight coming to Boston, but she never sent me the return flight. All I know is that she told me she had a return flight on the 3rd, but I don't know what time or what that was. I assumed everything was just the way it was, and then she moved the schedule up 2 days, which is not the first time she's done that. I mean, it is the whole thing is a bit. I know it was odd, but considering the last couple months, it wasn't so much that I was like, hey, wait, what's happening? Whereas, when I was talking to Jem was like, well, this seems insane. And I was like, well, Jem, these are the things that I've been dealing with over the last couple.
Okay, I come back to what I said yesterday. We are now 2 hours into this man's interview, and could we perhaps, get away from the everyday stresses of life and that his kids like French toast and his, mom has sciatica? Could we get to the fact that his wife is missing? He's over here like, she was really stressed out at work. She likes Rod Stewart. Favorite song is Maggie May. But I still married her. I love her.
Months, so it wasn't something that I would be like, well, raise an eyebrow to. It was like, all right, all I did was further confirm that I got to get to DC with the kids. We got to work this out. It's too much stress on the whole family, and that was the main thing. I just wanted to be together all the time.
Did Anna ever tell you when the return flight was booked, aside from the Tuesday flight?
Say again?
In other words, did she tell you which flight she was booked on the 3rd?
No, but she always took the first or second flight out. And she had said she had already booked flights for January. But we were supposed to talk about that. And then she said, she did say she was changing a flight, but not this flight. She was changing a flight for Martin Luther King Day. So I don't know if she did that or if she didn't, but she was talking about changing that flight because she was going to come in Thursday.
I don't think this is going to be this is going to be so hard for the defense. And again, by the defense's own admission, at this point, when he is talking to the officers, he has either hidden the body or already started the process of dismembering it. And he is able to maintain this kind of calm, jovial, jocular kind of, ease with the cops, talking about all sorts of random ridiculousness. The defense wants me to believe that this rational human being, upon being presented with the death of his loved one, went fully into, I am going to, hide this, and not just hide this body, not just dump the full body somewhere, but go through the extra step of dismembering the body. And again, according to the defense's own admission in his opening statement, at this time, unless Brian is going to kind of clarify the timeline, he has either moved the whole body somewhere to hide it, or he has already chopped the body and started to get rid of the pieces. So he is having the talk with these cops in this random, Chandler Halderson fashion, able to maintain a calm demeanor. It is not a good look, because the defense wants me to bank on the fact that this man was so emotionally disturbed by his loss that he could barely function. He could not function like a rational human being. He was basically oblivious to moral rights and wrongs, and he reacted in pure 100%, hysteria. But then he was able to cover it up and able to make this story. And able to, do all of these things and get his kids involved, saying, "Oh yeah, they saw mommy leave with the taxi." I feel sorry for the jury, because at least I was able at the end of yesterday to say, to Mr. Moe, who was like, "Please, for the love of God, don't tell me about your trial." But I was like, I just am going to tell you the defense. And I would like you to know that if you should ever nudge me and I am no longer alive, just call the cops. Okay. I'll leave a note that you can find in my nightstand that says, should I have croaked in the middle of the night, my husband didn't do it.
Monday, leave Tuesday. And maybe try to leave, maybe say an extra day. So she was off.
She's got red hair.
Which is again, was normal when she said I'm gonna take Thanksgiving, like 2 weeks for Thanksgiving, but I'm gonna stay for 5 days when I come back. And she only stayed for 1 day. And then she was always like, I'm gonna have more time. And it seemed like she was having less and less time.
On New Year's Eve with Jem,
Yes.
was Jem aware that she had to leave in the morning?
No.
Did, why do you think that is?
What, I don't know. I mean, Jem, we were probably because we just wanted to. I mean, most likely just to enjoy the time with Jem. He was only here for 4.5 hours or so, and we hadn't seen him in
Were
person.
you aware that she was leaving the next day?
No, I wasn't. I was aware that she was probably leaving early. Again, the assumption or story I got in my head was that she was leaving on Monday.
So she was originally planned to leave on Tuesday. You were on the assumption by her leaving early, you would be Monday.
Yeah, I mean, I had no information otherwise, but I was definitely surprised. She's like, I gotta go.
Okay. So, what were your plans with on New Year's Day?
Yeah, so it was going to be the same stuff. The only difference is that she might have come up with me to see my mother possibly, or we would have, or the whole family would have done something like my, up in Swampscott or somewhere nearby. Because I said I had time, I don't have to drop my mother off, so we can go see her and get her what she needs, and maybe we could do some stuff. So I was excited about that. Oh, good, thank you. No. But I didn't bring it up, but she was troubled by whatever happened with Abdella. She's like, he says, can't be my friend. This is 30 minutes before New Year's. And she brought it up, she did bring it up with Jen at the time before.
You said he couldn't be a friend?
He texts on New Year's Eve, saying friendship is over or something to that effect, right?
Yeah.
What did he say?
What did Anna say?
She said, I'm sorry, I appreciate, give a leadership sort of answer, like, I accept, what you're saying. And then he called to leave a message, and then I remember her saying, I'm not going to listen to this. That's actually when she put her phone upstairs shortly after. I think she understood it. I think he was saying that you're not president, and see me for the holiday season. You're in town, not seeing me in person, often enough. That's not acceptable. I'm here to, support you, take care of you, or whatever it is. So, it was just a bit. I mean, it's not the relationship. I guess she thought that they were having. He's married to the child, by the way, and they've known each other for 10 years. So just to give you some background.
Do you know how they met?
Yeah, they worked at the Willard Intercontinental together back in 2012.
That she went and put her phone upstairs after that?
After that, she, I would say it was 10 or 15, and then I remember her putting her phone upstairs because she came back down without it.
Was, Thomas came down at one point in the home with you?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Was this before, during, or after Thomas was participating as well?
Oh, yeah, Thomas went to bed at, he went to bed, then he came over at like 9 or 10 or something. I think,
Okay, reason 933, I can't be a cop, although I do want a cop outfit. Although, do you know how hard it is to find not penthouse cop outfits that are skirts that aren't skirts that are going to get me arrested if I, need to go outside to get the mail? I know, first world cosplay problems. I know this is not a big issue, but the reason I only play a police officer on the interwebs is that I would raise my hand at this point and I'd be like, hey, not to interrupt this inane babble verbal vomit you've got going on, But could we possibly talk about where the nebulous F word your wife is? I think I have the extension. Let me see if I actually do. I can probably download it while we're doing this.
Anna took a bunch of photos. Jem and I don't have any because she didn't send them to us yet. But I think she sent one to Will Fasto. So that was when, that's when the photo was taken about. So it was maybe 10 o'clock or something like that.
You know where upstairs she put her phone at that point?
Yeah, on our bedstand.
In your room?
Yeah, or my room now.
The one with the ceiling tile on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, yeah, not in the ceiling tile drawer, on top, yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, can we explain the ceiling tiles? Now, this is total, I have my speculation, conductor of speculation station hat on. But my guess is that Brian Walshe has not done manual labor in his entire life. And therefore, when he was trying to maybe hide something in the attic, he didn't realize that, you can't step on like the spots in between the rafters or whatever you call the little things of wood. Mr. Moe had to get into our attic, and I did help in between snort laughing, watching my very tall, lanky husband trying to crawl and squish himself between things. And I made the dumb comment. I was like, well, why don't you just step in between? And he gave me a look of, you are dumb. And he's like, you can't step between because I'm too heavy. So I'm guessing that Brian tried to pull a Moe when he was trying to hide something in the attic. I mean, that's pure speculation, and the defense did try to get the pictures of the house, tried to preclude the picture that showed the hole in the ceiling and the drywall being in the nightstand in the room that Brian claimed or told officers was the one that he slept in. Now, it could be that he was trying to fix a fan or something else. There could be so many non-nefarious reasons that ceiling plaster broke, but it is an odd thing to put in your nightstand, like the pieces.
But she did seem disturbed by that, which was odd, and she did bring it up. She brought it up to me and Jem at the time. So I mean, that was something that not normal, but.
He had to kind of cut us off.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem. You had said that the plan for New Year's Day was to take Anna and the kids up to.
Maybe, yeah, that was.
Did you actually have a plan?
No, we didn't have a full-fledged plan at the time.
Now, I could be wrong, but I believe that the woman speaking is Brian's mother. Now, from what I thought I understood of the lead detective introducing this interview, Trooper Buchanan and DeChico were talking to Brian's mother, and then the two Cohasset police detectives were talking to Brian. And thank you so much, Nick, for the 5 memberships. And those went to Jimmy James, 7809, Observation Station 77, Debbie Diebel, Tammy Stone, 4741, and T42. So thank you so very much. Welcome to the Church of Moe. We have dark chocolate sarcasm and enough cosplay that Mr. Moe is worried about my closet space. But, these are the things you have to deal with when you're married to me. Hey, at least I don't spend his money on Louis Vuitton. I spend it on wigs and outfits. And speaking of outfits, shameless self-promotion time. Do not forget, on the community tab on my page, you can put your vote in for tomorrow cosplay news and cosplay trial watch. Your choices are, and this in fact does exist, and praise the Lord, a sexy clearance chicken costume. Yes, those words all go together in a sentence. Praise be 2025. Also, there's Elvira. So you do have a choice. I do think Sexy Chicken is winning, just for sheer, imagination. It was on sale from $50 to $7.99, so I don't know what that says, but hey, it's the best $8 I've spent this week.
But we had, we had options and stuff, so.
Was the nanny coming over Sunday, the last time, or was that?
No, the nanny was gonna come over anyways, because I was gonna go, I set everything up in advance, because I was gonna have to go take my mother, so I wanted the nanny here, I didn't know what it was gonna look like and what Anna was gonna wanna do and things like that, so. Also, if I was gonna see my mother, I was gonna take the kids somewhere, and then we're gonna meet up later, but, because I have so little time outside of the house.
Also, notice in this interview, he's not asking the police any questions. Now, I am not going to lie. If Mr. Moe went missing, I am Sarah Booning the shit out of things. I am going in there with a list of people I should expect you have, checked in. I am going in with contacts, names, and numbers. I am going in like I have already searched Mr. Moe's Google, but you are free to search it again. I'm giving you his searches. I am asking more questions. That's the other thing that was really noticeable in both the Chandler Halderson and this particular interview interrogation. They don't ask questions like, hey, are you looking for my mom? Hey, has anything come back? Hey, did you run this, and this? I mean, he hasn't, of all the words he's talked, he hasn't focused presently on his wife's current condition. If he is really trying to get help for his wife to find the love of his life, he has not questioned the police. He has not said, hey, what are you doing? I mean, again, it just strikes me as so weird.
When I do try to do most of it as a family, get everything done that was in we do.
You mentioned having options on New Year's.
Yeah, because I had the time to go see my mother, so I was like, we'd go up and we wanted to do something, with her, with the family, we had those options were available to us, which,
I'm so glad we're talking about Grammy going to Sizzler.
You guys had an argument after she said she
No, we didn't have an argument, I was taken by surprise, not to be crude, but I was in the bathroom, and she came by and said, I have to go to sleep, and I was like, well, hold on, and she's like, I have to get up early, Brian, I have to go tomorrow, and I was like, oh, I wasn't expecting that, and then she said, I said I might have to leave early, I said I didn't know it was going to be like that early. So, but I did have an argument with her for the Thanksgiving and the Christmas Eve, so I wasn't going to make the same exact 3 times. I was like, okay. And then she immediately backed it up with like, hey, I'm going to come 4 or 5 days and for Martin Luther King Day, because we were making a new schedule for January and February. I said coming every week is really not good. Is there any way that you could come every other week for more time? So we were working on that when she arrived Friday and Saturday. We were talking about that.
If the kids took her phone and did it on her, how would she contact someone for it?
If the kids took her phone and hid it,
Okay, Massachusetts, you gotta throw me a bone here. I mean, you're willing to pay Judson Walshe, $400K. You're willing to pay, all these other expert witnesses a gajillion amount of dollars. Could you possibly buy recording equipment for your police officers, regardless of their ability to use it or not? Canton, I'm looking at you. But could you buy them recording devices that are not from 1984 and produced by Casio?
how would she contact someone for a ride? She wouldn't leave I don't think she would leave the house without the phone. But let's say that I'm wrong about that. So sure, she would use my phone, right? But she put Lyft on here. I guess she would download Uber and get it. But I know where my phone was, and we didn't have this phone at the time. So with the phones in the house.
She use any iPads potentially?
Oh, there you go. She probably would be able to use the iPad to do it. I would not, but she would know how to. The only thing I saw was one phone, one and her laptop. That other iPad that I'm telling you about should be at the should be at the museum. She did have a laptop with her, but remember she programmed all of these.
How did Thomas get his phone?
I think my mother bought it on I forget when we got the phone, because we had to get the phone and, or my mother had it and she was bringing it with the watch and everything, so it probably came here on she probably brought it on the 2nd or something.
You know, just for ish and giggles, as one day, I swear to goodness, maybe this weekend, if I am feeling snazzy and froggy, I am going to go through these interrogations and I am going to time how much time we talked about the kids with French toast and I lost my cell phone and I like ice cream and turtles and stuff. And then I'm going to time how much time he actually talked about Anna being missing. And honest to God, the man has talked more about ice cream than he has his missing wife. And yeah, it's more than a little sus. I understand being stoic. I understand being logical, or maybe not being as emotional, because I do tend to go into problem solver mode in times of kind of turmoil. I tend to go into triage mode. So I might not have been, as emotive as anyone else would maybe suspect me to be. I tend to focus on lists. So when I say if anything happens to Mr. Moe, I'm going in with a Sarah Boone list, I am, because I want the officers to do their best job. I mean, and they only start looking at you when you're down to when you've got 3 husbands that go missing, right? You get 2 mulligans, right? 1 or 2, asking for a friend. LOL, Mr. Moe lives in terror.
Everything came on the 2nd.
You didn't have your phone when you sent those emails, those 3 emails?
Yeah.
What were they to again?
So Zach and Daniel, my business partners at Let's, my wife and my mother.
How did you send those emails?
My laptop.
I asked you, did you do anything to hurt your wife?
No, I would never do that.
What is,
No, I would never do that. We're going to hear that again. If I'm a cop, I'm going to be like, hold on right there. Could you say that with some bass in your voice, like your testicles have descended? I find it less, reassuring when you say, I would never do that.
have arguments with one another, spouses, etc. Has that ever escalated to a physical confrontation?
No, sir, no. My wife and I got along very, very well. Hey, the only stress we were having was going together. It's really, I've bothered Tracy about it for months. The family doesn't work without my wife. Never hurt my wife. I mean, I loved her, and what would have been, I think about my kids too. She's a wonderful mother on top of being a wonderful wife. I mean, to take that away from that, I mean, I just couldn't even imagine something like that. That's just not, would never do anything to hurt my wife. I wanted to spend the rest of my life with my wife. I'm still going to. And yeah.
Again, pay very close attention to the tenses. I wanted to spend my life with my wife.
The rest of my life with my wife. I'm still going to. And we were apart because of the job and my legal problems.
Her leaving very early, made me angry.
Oh, wow.
No, I wasn't angry. I was sad. I got angry about Thanksgiving, and then I realized it was just sad that we're not spending a lot of time together. And she was sad about it too. And it was exhausting for both of us. She was away from the boys. I was all together with the boys.
Yes, actually, Rowan brings in a good point. So he has pled to 2 of the 3 charges that he was going to be on trial for. Now, he is still on trial for the highest charge he is facing, so first-degree premeditated murder. Now, he has pled guilty to, let me get the correct statutes because they're all a bit different. So he has pled guilty to willfully misleading the police or obstruction of justice. Now, that can carry between 10 to 20 years for sentencing, and improper conveyance of a body or destruction or desecration of human remains. I guess that's kind of all lumped in there. He pled guilty to those 2. Now, the conveyance of a human body, anywhere from 3 years. Now, I do think that both of these sentences are subject to aggravating factors if he is convicted on the murder charge. I'm not a lawyer, though, so now the odd thing in this case, and something that did shock me, is that prior to opening statements yesterday, the defense attorney for Brian actually asked if Brian was going to be sentenced for the first 2 charges that he pled guilty to yesterday. Now, the judge didn't seem to be opposed to that. She did want to give the state time for them to get impact statements ready for those 2 charges. Now, again, not a lawyer, but I have typically, if you plead to charges but are still continuing on other certain charges, the sentencing is at the end if you're convicted on the charges you're still going to trial for, or to be sentenced for the crimes that you pled to. So it was odd that the defense attorney did want to get him sentenced yesterday. I don't know the point or strategy behind that, but I'm assuming there was something. The other thing is basically the defense is that Brian on New Year's Eve evening, spent time with his wife, his wife's friend, and they had a good time. Around 1:30, the friend goes home. Brian and Anna hang out for a little bit later. She goes up to bed because, according to Brian, she has an early work thing she has to get to the next day. Brian decides he's got, ants in his pants. He's going to stay up and clean the kitchen after this New Year's celebration. He goes back up to the bedroom and he can spidey sense something is wrong. He goes and he tries to nudge Anna and nothing happens. So he nudges her again, nudge, nudge. Nothing happens again. So he nudges her so hard, according to the defense attorney, her stiff body falls onto the floor. Now, overcome with grief and hysterical grief, he worries that he will be blamed for this Anna passing away of sudden unexplained death syndrome, which the defense has said that they will bring in medical experts to prove that it is possible to suddenly die. Which is, I think, something that everyone grasped was kind of a possibility. That being said, they do have to prove that this is some sort of medical phenomenon. Now, and it's easy to say this because we have yet to find a body of Anna. What we have found are clippers, hacksaws, and all sorts of Chandler Halderson dismemberment tools with both Anna and Brian's DNA on it. So Brian's big gambit is that she died naturally. I was, overwhelmed with the fear that they were going to try to pin this on me. So I decided to make up this story and dismember her, as you do. So it is in essence, the Chandler Halderson defense. Yeah, you got me on the dismemberment, you got me on the lying to cops, but did you film the red rum? Is basically the defense we're going with. And I'm willing to give it a chance. Look, it's not looking good for him. This is a really hard case for the defense to try to fight with a lot of these searches and different things that went on and the evidence that the state has. But the state still has to bring the evidence. They still have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. they still have to bring everything in and show that there was a chain of custody. So let's have the state hold them to their standard of proof, and let's give this defense a chance. I mean, this defense relies on suspension of disbelief, in my opinion, but I'm willing to give it a chance.
But my wife and I were a very good team. We agreed on almost everything. We agreed on I have to get to DC. Just didn't feel like we were the authors of our own lives. So that's why she wrote that on the thing. We have to be the authors of our own lives to make this happen, Brian. We're always working together.
In your mind, where do you think she is right now?
I like a lot of people have said maybe she's at a spa, and she was under a lot of pressure. It doesn't really track with my wife. She loved her job and she loved her family, so she would always be focused on that.
Again, notice the tense. She loved her her life. She loved her family. And again, this might be totally poppycock. I might, just pay attention to these things as some weird audio tick I have. But I too, especially when I'm listening to interviews, I do tend to pay very close attention to the tenses and verb tenses that people use, because they're often something that is kind of subconscious, and we don't really police our verb tenses because, it is an incredibly complex thing to try to take what is in our, keto chemical anxiety machine up here and turn it into words that another person can interpret. So it is often hard to police your tenses, and that's why they are sometimes a subconscious giveaway. But, that's just my thoughts. I'm not a doctorologist. So there you go.
The country house, like in Bella, in Serbia, but I have no idea. I can't. I'm having a hard time imagining it.
Does she have any other identifications?
We found Chloe. Get that dog to the police station.
She's got a Serbian passport or Serbian, international identification cards. One with Lubic, one with Nip. I haven't seen her use them recently. I don't know if they're in. I don't even know if the date is on them or the proper date. If they're
Other than Serbia, any other ties internationally in the country she visit, or family or good friends?
She's a language expert. She spent time in
So
college,
this is
in France.
an interview that was conducted in the Walshe home. Now, the first interview actually had just a passel of children in the background, which I am uniquely qualified to ignore children and just take notes. So I actually didn't mind the audio yesterday with all the screaming children because it kind of just reminded me of my regular life. But it does seem like this is why, regardless of why these interviews should probably be conducted in one of those soft interrogation rooms, if possible, just because with the already poor recording, materials, having children shouting and dogs barking makes it that much harder to understand what is going on.
Which speaks perfect French, but she has a family, or she has a friend there. I don't know if he's still there, Julianne, but other than that, that would be it. And then DC and Boston.
Okay, JKD Buck is in fact our meme leader, and let me pull up what he's made for us. Thank you so much, JKD Buck. We have, a rendering that captures the lifelessness perfectly. You know what? I want to watch Big Bird's Adventure now. Screw the trial. Let's watch Big Bird's Adventure. I'm just kidding. I mean, If I weren't a professional, that's what we would do, but we are professionals. Now, I also do question why the mom is in this as well. Now, what I do think is interesting, and maybe if you're not as into kind of geeking out on vocal patterns and different things like that, what I did notice in this particular interview is that Brian is much more stilted in kind of the pattern and his storytelling. He has a lot more gaps where he's pausing. And in my speculation, again, I have the speculation hat on, I am allowed to speculate. It did seem like he was really intently listening to what his mom said in order to make sure that his story would match hers. But it did seem like he was very distracted by her conversation with the other troopers in the room that's kind of next to it. It is an open concept, but it seemed like he was more distracted, which is, again, another thing, if this story was true, if he was really that emotionally distraught, I don't know that I would have the bandwidth to also make sure that I'm creating a story that links up and corroborates with other people. I just don't know that I'd have the bandwidth to be so distraught I dismember someone and also come up with a really good story. Where am I? Oh, sorry, that was my bad. I went to the wrong one and then turned it down. Sorry. We will go back. That was Boomer Tech, if anyone has that. So we will go back. Sorry, I pulled up the wrong thing. I was trying to figure out why my window looks so different, and that's because I'm a moron. Which, I mean, doesn't help anything. Stay in school, kids. Stay in school.
No, we never do that.
We all have arguments with one another, spouses, etc. Has that ever escalated to a physical confrontation?
No, sir, no. My wife and I got along very, very well. Hey, the only stress we were having, you know?
Me and Jenny are like peas and carrots. Again, I've been married to Mr. Mo for daggone near 15 years. And if the man chews near my ear, I have a low tolerance for mouth chewing noises. And he chews louder than any other human in the planet. I love him, but like we don't eat near each other, okay? So I would say I have a great marriage as long as he doesn't chew next to me. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, every marriage has their things. You're two human people trying to human together in a very complicated world. Not marriage is not, you know, peas and carrots and we were the greatest at everything. I wish it was, but it's not.
Together. It's really, I bothered Tracy about it for months. The family doesn't work without my wife. Never hurt my wife. I mean, I loved her and what would have been my life? I mean, I loved her and
I loved her. Again, there is something subconscious about text that or tenses that you just cannot, unless you are very diligent and very conscientious. Because if you've noticed, if you've even had to write a story, you have to go through and have someone else read to make sure that you're keeping your tenses right. Because sometimes you might be, you know, thinking about something currently, and or at least it might be a me thing. But I do have problems with, you know, maintaining, like, am I in future? Am I in present? Where am I? I know you're shocked.
what would have been, I think about my kids too. She's a wonderful mother on top of being a wonderful wife. And to take that away from that, I mean, I just couldn't even imagine something like that. That's just not, would never do anything to hurt my wife. I wanted to spend the rest of my life with my wife. I'm still going to. And, you know, we were apart because of the job.
I'm glad I'm not the only one with the problem. I will say that when I did attempt to write, I was every editor and grammar person's worst nightmare. I have a fondness and distinct love for run-on sentences. That will never change. You can't chain me down. I'm a run-on sentence outlaw.
My problems.
Her leaving very early, made me angry.
No, I wasn't angry. I was sad. I got angry about Thanksgiving, and then you know, I realized I was just sad that we're not spending a lot of time together. And she was sad about it too. And it was exhausting for both of us. It was she was away from the boys. I was always dealing with the boys. But my wife and I were a very good team. We agreed on, you know, almost everything. We agreed on I have to get to DC. Just didn't feel like we would be the authors of our own lives. So that's why she wrote that on the thing. We have to be the authors of our own lives. We can make this happen, Brian. We're always working together.
In your mind, where do you think she is right now?
You know, I like a lot of people have said maybe she's at a spa, you know, and she was under a lot of pressure. It doesn't really track with my wife. She loved her job.
Damn it, now we need an under pressure break. You may go watch whatever under pressure you choose. I particularly like the Live Aid under pressure. I would do the, you know, under pressure break here, but copyright is a bitch. So go take yourself an under pressure, you know, break. And thank God that it's not, you know, Vanilla Ice. You're welcome.
She loved her family, so she would always be focused on that. I mean, you know, maybe the country house, like in Bela, in Serbia, but I have no idea. I can't imagine. I'm having a hard time imagining that.
Does she have any other identifications?
She's got a Serbian passport or Serbian, you know, international.
Could nobody. There are, you know, according to the lead detective, 2 Cohasset police and 2 state troopers, and no one can figure out how to let the dog go outside to use the restroom and burn off some energy so that we might be able to hear from the baked potato that you recorded on this, or this on.
Identification cards, one with Lucic one with Nip. I haven't seen her use them recently. I don't know if they're in, I don't even know if the date is on them, or the proper date, if they're
I'm in Serbia, I end up ties naturally, and but you should visit our family or good friends.
She's a language expert. She spent time in college in France, which she speaks perfect French, but she doesn't have any family, or if she has a friend there. I don't know if it's still there, Julianne, but other than that, that would be it. And then, you know, DC in Boston. I mean, sisters in Canada, sure. They're asking for a broader.
You should have international flights. Was she scheduled, it appeared in the newspaper. Not that I ever believe the newspaper, which is why I'm asking you guys. It appeared in the newspaper that she did have reservations to go back to DC on January 3rd.
That makes sense, yeah.
I'm just asking if that's confirmed.
That's our understanding, yes.
Do you know what time?
Something like that, no, I think it's-
Plus, they have that one flight, yeah, always.
And that she never changed that.
To our knowledge, it's not canceled or adjusted.
The chatter between Jeff.
It is really interesting that the mother is kind of taking on that role that I would be playing. You know, okay, well, I heard, you know, this, like, I'm not from the news. Do you guys know if she was registered to go back? I mean, have you guys checked international flights? I mean, things that you would think Brian would be doing. Strange.
Blue and her over the last few months. Because when she doesn't call, she does something, they do it online, like online messaging.
Oh, she probably goes to the JetBlue site.
Yeah, they have a chat, yeah. So that's, so she could be doing that and feeding the kids or something like that. There's a run, but a lot of times she would talk to them and it wouldn't work out, and then she would take a break and then come back.
I'm not talking about the email that, we're talking about it's live chat.
Yeah, so sometimes, I mean, I don't know if you know, it could be like, we'll just come in, change at the counter, or like, I can't do this. And she was always asking for, she had gotten a good status, especially with the card, so I don't know what her deal was, but it's possible that, because she said when I have this.
Ooh, she used a
Groupon.
Groupon.
Counter upgrades at the counter are different, so, yeah, she never called them.
Anything else at the moment? What about like, brunch reservations or any brunch plans on New Year's? I guess that's a popular thing.
Not that I know, but Anna was talking about making some, so I don't know if she did it or not. I haven't checked, I haven't looked for anything on Open Table or Resi or anything like that. I could take a look. Because last year we went the whole family, we did good brunch. So that is a very normal thing to do.
So normally it's like a bigger.
Yeah, I mean,
scheduled plan for New Year's.
right, but I mean, this year, things were up in the air.
So, a lot of time outside of the house on New Year's Day. When did you put that request in? Was it a normal Thursday request? Or
Yeah.
was it special?
No, always Thursday.
Okay.
And the request was from what, from 3 to 9?
3 to 9,
So
yes.
there wouldn't have been brunch.
No, yeah, we wouldn't have a brunch, but it was good. That's
Would
not.
she have gone to brunch without you?
No, well, short of left, no.
I mean, if she were going home on January 3rd, would she have gone out to brunch with other friends or anything?
No way, no. The only time when she was here that she saw someone without me was Rima. And I was only twice, she did that twice, that's the only, everything else we would do together or people would come to the house. The time together was very important for us.
Close friends in the area that,
Peter Kirby.
do you think we should speak to as far as that Luann wrote well, that she was close with the past?
Peter Kirby, they were in the same leadership school together 3 years ago, and he lives with his wife and John Marshall. They've been calling for support. Jim Mutlu, who was here, obviously, a family friend, and someone who was, obviously loves Anna very much. Rima Ferrer, she was Anna's mentor, and, they were very good friends. Those would be the main ones that I would think of.
I think that's pretty much it for now. After obviously dialogue and back and forth, we can follow up questions. You can add it.
I might have it here. That's helpful. Yeah, we need to get that going. But I think she sent it to me.
Is the detective here trying to do an impression of Eddie Vedder? Every time he answers a question, I can hear Brian, but it's like... Well, at least we can hear that one of them is writing. And have a great lunch, Wolfram. Thank you for being Modly Mod and hanging out with us.
You obviously have the ability to get your own credit card statements. You want to pull those and for the past week, and that'll help us travel and places stop and stuff like that.
Yeah, just check the Chase Freedom. That's the one that I use. I don't use the Capital. The Capital one has been out of commission. It was only been in commission for a month or so. Do you have access to the Chase Freedom, or?
We got to jump through a lot of hoops.
Yeah, absolutely. We get. How much of the Chase Freedom would you like?
31st through.
Okay, so just. Okay.
We'll give y'all December. We'll give y'all, we're not gonna,
That's
easier, just they come in a month.
whatever the last month statement is, I'm not sure if it's, you know how it is, some of them start December 10th.
If you have any statements, so progress that comes with
Yeah, so we'll.
Well, of course he would be happy to give them December's because he did all of the dismembering and buying the red rum kit in January. So, of course, it wouldn't show up on his credit card in December. I mean, the alleged her suddenly dying happened on January 1st, sometime in the early morning. So, of course, it would mean nothing to look at his December credit cards.
Why? But I don't think they do it.
I'm still not.
I have dealt with Anna, yes, everything online.
Yeah.
Anna's cousin, one of the
Milan?
land dispute conservatory.
Milan, yeah.
Milan, I was going to ask his name.
Yeah.
Last name?
That's Lubitsch.
Has he ever contacted you?
No. Yeah, I think he does speak English, though.
So you said there was a conflict that.
Yeah, there's a terrible conflict. If you speak to Alexandra, she'll know more about it. But since I've known Anna, basically what happened 2 generations ago in Serbia, in Belgrade, Anna's father's mother, so her grandmother, bought a piece of land with her sister or something, and then they had kids, and there's been a land dispute over it because now it's worth a lot of money, and you can build a large building there. And that building, that kind of money in Serbia, change your life. I mean, it's like winning the lottery here. And then they've been fighting over it for many, many years, 20 years at least. They thought they were going to resolve it in 2017. And then things didn't work out. Things went back and forth. And then just this Thanksgiving, they, basically resolved the deal. So they had a deal that it took 15 years to put together. 5 years later, they couldn't perform, and they're not to split.
So aside from that, and the is there any, business conflicts with parties or?
The dog's like, I have information on Chloe and Hillary Clinton. Won't anyone listen to me? Allegedly in Minecraft on the Hillary Clinton. I want the dog to live.
With this new job, is there anybody that would be upset with that?
Yeah, people have asked me that same question. I can't think of anyone that would be, would be upset with Anna. I mean, everyone loves Anna. She's wonderful. So
I feel like doing the church lady. Really? There's nobody, not just anybody, holding up a mirror. I mean, this brings into mind the church lady Dana Carvey and O.J. Simpson, where she's like, there's no one you think is responsible. But, I
everything, and when if you see all the texts and emails coming, like, what can we do? Love Anna. I can't think of I can't think of anything like that, honestly.
No thoughts.
That would be anything like this, especially.
Whether it's her fault or not, like any issues at work that comes up that somebody would be slighted?
Not that I know. I mean, the only people I know are the people that she was working with, and actually had a very good working relationship with everybody. No, again, it would be very hard to. No, I wouldn't have a name to give you for that.
Okay, what about you? Any previous business partners, any current partners, anybody that would be, upset with you that would want to try and hurt you in some way?
Well, I mean, we love the guy in LA.
Oh, but there's a civil lawsuit.
Yeah.
A
Well,
civil lawsuit is not the same as wanting to hurt you.
okay. But
There's a civil lawsuit in California. I don't think that reasons any.
Okay, yeah, I
I
don't.
understand somebody suing you.
Yeah.
But Anna too.
Trying to hurt your wife is different. Yeah.
Right, but they're suing Anna as well, and then he called Anna during the thing. So I mean, that's the one. That's one person. But I mean, I don't think so either. But that would.
We have the name just to.
Yeah, what is it, Ron
With the gallery.
Rivlin? Thing. But he had
Ron
Rivlin. Yeah, but he did call. He called Anna, and he brought her into the case.
What did he say?
Well, he sent her a threatening email, Facebook text at one point. You stole from me. I know the police and the FBI.
She could be shadowing the judge. She could be a law student that's, getting experience on how trials work, or she could be a defense intern. I don't know.
Coming to get you, things like that. But that was, 6 years ago. And we had, other than when I was arrested, he tried to contact her via Facebook or something, 2018, but we haven't heard from him since.
What was the 18 contact?
2018. I think it was just he was trying to friend her or something like that.
With all that, the criminal stuff started?
That's right when the criminal stuff started. Yeah, but that would be someone who, certainly I have a different situation. So him and there's Jung and Lee in Korea, but highly unlikely. I mean he's a son of a billionaire. I don't think he would.
What in Korea?
His name is Jung Lee.
It's another person involved in it. They're getting restitution and everything.
Also,
Yeah,
Yes, he actually was appointed a public defender. Now, Tracy Miller was his lawyer earlier in this case. I don't know if she also represented him in the fraud case. But at some point, then court appointed Larry Tipton and Kelly Porges. I don't know. I hope that I will listen and remember her last name. There's not much that the defense can do in this case. And, it does shorten the trial that he has, pled to the lesser and includeds. But you're banking on a reasonable person thinking that your first and only grief reaction is dismemberment. Yeah, the Chewbacca defense is basically, I have to remember the South Park, but it's basically like Chewbacca doesn't want to hang out with a bunch of Ewoks. What was Chewbacca even doing in, on the land of the Ewoks, I think? I don't know, but it's a very famous thing from South Park, which is basically there is no defense. This is a made up, we are going to take you on a story. We're going to throw in weird things. And we're just going to basically have nothing.
Care less, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think anything of that would rise to that.
Yeah, saying that or do we.
And besides, they would be pissed at him, not.
Yeah. Ron is the only one that tried to bring us
Chun-Li is, and what was the other name you said?
is Arno. Or the other person who Arno, who's in Paris. He's a art dealer.
Were they all partners in there?
No, it's all separate situation.
So why separate incidents, like aside from?
Yeah, well, they're similar
They're
separated.
separate incidents, and honestly, I don't think anything about his criminal case would have anything to do with this.
I don't either, but I still want to know.
But those are.
So again, as a juror, I am noticing his, and look, I'm a weird person. I am going to go ahead and admit that I tend to look at things in odd ways. But if I'm a juror, I'm noticing that he never cops to his wrongdoings. Every time his past crime is brought up, even in the first interview, he said, it was a little kerfuffle about art. It's a little thing. I've taken care of it. He never goes into what he did, which is, I think, steal a Warhol from the gentleman in Korea and then tried to make prints look, basically he lied and he tried to sell a Warhol, a made up one.
Those are the names of the players. And Ron was the one who did have contact with my wife. I did serve my wife at work.
Okay, but if people have a problem with you or your wife, like those are the people you want to know.
Right.
I understand that. Some of those people may be very far-fetched and have any involvement in this.
Well, definitely Korea and France are pretty, and he's the other guy's in LA, so.
If anyone contacts you or some of us,
We're,
in any contest, really.
We will give you any information that we get.
Was that a truck was here last night, with, out-of-state place? Was that a visitor or?
Abdullah?
What time did he arrive last?
Adele, yeah, he was
You
late.
called me.
Yeah, I called you late, so you must have not.
And how long was he here roughly?
10 minutes, 15 minutes. But my mother's saying it was 30. I was trying to.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I was trying to usher him out quickly. But at one point, he brought Dave Ryan, who was one of Anna's mentors 10 years ago, who I haven't seen in a decade, which is weird. And,
Okay, I actually might have misspoke. The woman that you're hearing on the recording might actually be Tracy Miller, because I do believe that Brian did talk about Tracy being present during this interview, just to make sure that he was staying compliant, in his words, with the kind of stipulations and criminal stuff in his federal case.
And, I was speaking to James, but he went over and spoke to the kids or to Zach, the kids from, but.
I'm hearing a lot of talking about his friends and you, mentors and leadership. What exactly is going on with these groups that you guys are a part of?
Yeah, so how to explain, it was something called Lost Breakthrough Academy, and it was a leadership training program. We formed pretty close relationships there, and as I said, we raised a lot of money through our community service projects, each from Loving Spoonfuls, Torch Foundation, things like that. So we've stayed connected. It was more than 3 years ago. I guess I started this month 3 years ago, and Anna graduated in February 3 years ago, so 2020. Well, it's a 4 or 5 month program, and then you get a graduation. And, he says that you've graduated or have a certificate of completion of your of work. So
Okay.
It's not accredited, to be clear.
Yeah, it sounds like a self-help
That
course.
was a member of this?
He is not, no.
He's not.
But,
The guy you brought in,
James Ryan, no, no.
I thought it said-
A mentor from her when she was young at work, yeah.
Okay.
And I had a good, someone that she considered. They, I guess they spent time together, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago as well.
When was the last time I went to that, leadership group that you mentioned?
Oh, yeah, it was 3 years ago now.
It's the last time.
I believe it.
Part of it, yeah, but we stay in touch.
All right.
But, Jen, Alyssa, and Peter Kirby, all of them have gone through that training. But if you have any other questions, please let me know. Anything from the pool today?
No.
Very dirty pool.
Okay.
And so one of the things that I will say I have been pleasantly surprised about just this early into trial is how very thorough this investigation was in comparison to maybe the Karen Reed trial. Within the time of this first witness coming in contact with Brian and getting the information from the responding sort of patrol officers, he went out, conducted an interview at the house, took pictures of the house, noted that there was a pool in the backyard, an in-ground pool that was uncovered and had green, murky water, and got the fire department out to the residence to dredge that pool just to make sure that Anna wasn't in there. He also went through and started putting tags on all of the local and state sort of lists that you would put out, be on the lookout, missing person, that kind of thing. So, this is a good investigation. It seems like from the beginning, they actually started doing something, which is a rare thing in, the Chris Wolfenberger case and the Karen Reed case. It's almost like you got some good detectives. Now, there are state trooper infiltrations into this case that make me question Massachusetts' sanity, but there you go.
It is 1536. Shut up.
Your Honor,
Yes?
could the Commonwealth request that identification is read into the record?
Sure. So, George, from time to time, I will read you what are stipulations. They're simply agreements between the parties. I sometimes say they're facts you can take to the bank if the parties agree to them. I'm going to read such a stipulation now, marked for identification as Exhibit D for ID. At 5:18 a.m. on Saturday, January 7th, 2023, Cohasset Police Detective Harrison Schmidt received an email from Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com, which stated, "We have the so-named Anna Walshe with us here. We had a deal worth $127,000. She messed up. We have her here with us, and if she doesn't pay the money, then she'll never be back. And we know that the police and the FBI are involved. Good luck finding us." Detective Schmidt received a second email from Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com, which stated, "Here is Anna Walshe. Unless she pay the money we deal, she isn't coming back. Comma, comma."
Okay, so we're in the timeline where this man made up an alias, Dick Walker. God bless 2025 and the absurdity that it brings. Or someone did.
Thanks and good luck. The second email had an image of a woman who was not Anna Walshe, and using an image search, police found the image on iStockPhoto.com under, quote, "kidnapped stock photos," end quote.
First of all, why does the image have kidnapped photos, like an entire genre for clip art, I guess? Not something I would ever think I'd need to look up. Just a gallery of mock kidnap victims. But I'm glad that there's a clip arts cheat for that.
On January 7th, 2023, police obtained a search warrant for data associated with the account richardwalker9984@gmail.com. The search warrant was sent to Google, and investigators learned that the Internet Protocol address, the IP address, with the Richard Walker 9984 email account geolocated to Nigeria, and no IP addresses located in.
The Prince of Nigeria tried to get in on the action. You cannot. All right, you know what? I love this timeline.
The United States were associated with the account that sent the Richard Walker 9984@gmail.com email. The Commonwealth is not alleging that Brian Walsh sent the Richard Walker 9984@gmail.com email.
Thank you, Your Honor. So,
Pay no attention to Richard Walker in this case. He is from Nigeria and probably has nothing to do with it. I shouldn't be laughing. This is, again, if you are part of my chat, do not, insert yourself into trials. Do not pretend to write ransom notes. And if you needed to know that, well, here is your day's learning lesson from Mo. Don't interfere in, investigations and pretend to write ransom letters.
Sergeant, a couple questions about that interview. There's mention of an application Viber. Could you tell us what that is, if you know?
It's a messaging application.
And there's also mentioning of WhatsApp. Do you understand what that is?
Yes, that's also a communication app.
There was mentioning of a person named Abdullah. Do you know his name?
Yes, Dula Almatari,
And what is his relationship to Anna Walsh?
a previous coworker from the hospitality industry.
There was also mention of Peter Kirby. What is his relationship to the Walshes?
A family friend.
During the interview, a dog can be heard barking. Where was the dog located in the home?
In the crates in that sunken-in family room.
And you had the opportunity to be at the home a few times between the 4th and the 7th. What issues did you ever have with the dog?
None.
There was also mention of the pool today. What was going on at the pool that day?
During that wide-scale search, we had drained the pool to get a better look at it.
Now, after January 6th, when the Cohasset Police Department had a press conference, what happened to your voicemail and email?
I was inundated with messages and tips from the public.
Why is it that your voicemail and email were inundated?
I was the point of contact for any information, so my department email and phone were listed and disseminated to the news and social media.
And was Richard Walker email one of those things that came into you after that press conference?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, could we have what was marked yesterday as Exhibit 44? Sir, do you recognize Exhibit 4?
If I'm correct, this exhibit is going to be exhibits 1 through 54 to 52, don't quote me on the exact number, are going to be pictures that were taken of the house during that first initial walkthrough when this lead detective did his initial recorded interview of Brian and kind of the walkthrough that he did of the home.
44?
Yes.
And where is this in relation to the house?
If you're standing in the backyard with the house to your rear, you'd be looking at like the back right corner of the fenced-in portion of the yard. That's the shed.
What's on the other side of the fence?
Neighboring house.
Now, you and Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 47 from yesterday? Sir, do you recognize this?
Yes.
This is the what you said was the missing poster you created?
Correct.
Now, where did you get the information to create this poster?
I made this on Thursday, so I had the information from the patrol report, the NCIC missing persons form, and the information from the first interview with the defendant.
Thank you. If you could take that down, Ms. Gilman. And when you were speaking to the defendant, what did you learn as far as Anna Walsh's maiden name or prior names?
There was a previous name of Nipp, K-N-I-P-P, and a maiden name of Lubitschek.
Now, after that interview on the 7th, what did you do next as far as your investigation?
We continued to reach out to friends and family, gather more background information.
And on the 8th, what did you do in the morning?
We briefed at Cohasset Police Station a plan to execute a search warrant.
And where were you going to execute the search warrant?
516 CJC Highway.
What time did you have the opportunity to execute the search warrant?
Around 9 a.m.
And so when you executed the search warrant, who was with you?
Myself, I believe Chief Quigley, the day shift for patrol, the state police detectives, crime scene. I believe that was it.
And who was at the house when you executed the search warrant?
The defendant and his children, and Diana Walsh, the mother.
And what did you do with those people in order to execute the search warrant?
We'd reached out to Attorney Minor, and she came to the scene, and they all left with Attorney Minor.
Now, did you ever have the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh again on January 8th of 2023?
Yes.
Where did that conversation take place?
Attorney Minor's residence in Situate.
And who was present for that conversation?
Attorney Minor, myself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Proctor, the defendant, and his children were in the other room.
And have you had the opportunity to review a recording of that?
Yes.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the defendant's statements in that interview?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, which today I believe is 62.
Any additional objections beyond the ones I previously heard?
No, Your Honor.
The 1/8/23 audio will be marked and is now in evidence as Exhibit 62. And for the record, for those of you keeping track over there, the jump is as a result of the following. The parties agreed to, and when I had indicated to the council, now will indicate to you on the record, that certain financial records the parties agreed to have been admitted into evidence, and those were
Okay, so what she's basically saying that exhibits 56 up to 61, I believe, are going to be credit records and financial records that neither of the party disagree about. So they are being stipulated. So they will be sent back with the jury if they would like to look at them, with all of the evidence that they're allowed to look at. And I do like the judge explaining this because it can be a lot like trying to learn algebra in Korean when you are, trying to learn, all the trial protocols and kind of what goes where and how things work. And, there are still things that don't make the foggiest bit of sense to me because I'm not a lawyer. But I do like that this judge is taking a break to kind of explain things to the jury, but we're not going to sit here and listen to her, and with terrible audio explain it.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth play Exhibit 62?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman?
(11:13) on Sunday, the 8th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective at Cohasset Police.
Trooper Michael Proctor, Norfolk County DA's office.
David Chico, Trooper, Norfolk DA's office.
Tracy Minor, attorney for Brian Walshe.
So we're here at 244 Gannett Road in Situate. Did you see the time?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. So, yes, the last time we spoke was yesterday, and I think we asked you to give us a good account of where you went when you left your house on the first, and you told us that you'd gone to visit your mom, went out, ran a few errands for Whole Foods, CVS, and thank you, ma'am. You told us that the Whole Foods was across from the house, and your mom lived in Paradise Lane, and the CVS was in Danvers. Which CVS in Danvers was it?
No, sorry, maybe it was, by the nail salon that, on I used to do years ago.
What road would that be on?
By Kathmandu, Plaza Shop.
Kathmandu. Okay. And what did you purchase there?
It was probably the alcoholic wipes or the other wipes, whatever it's called, I forget what it's called.
Okay, and the method of payment?
Oh, it's cash, okay.
And the time that you would have been there?
7?
About 7 p.m.?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was looking for, how long can you show it?
Okay.
Because, it's very hard to
Well,
get.
we know that you got back to Cohasset by 8.
After 11:30, yes. Probably around 7.
It's not an exact science, but like a general approximation.
Before 7, most likely, it gets dark out, so we're late.
Was it dark when you got there?
Yeah, yeah.
It was. You think it was before 6:30?
Thank God.
Okay.
But
So,
it could have been at 6:30.
did you go anywhere else other than that CVS in Danvers?
That was the only place I went. And the whole food.
And you went there,
Earlier.
for the time?
Yeah. I've been going to the Walgreens. Every time I go, my mother asks me to get alcohol for the kids. That we should be trying to get some.
And on the second, the only place you went was the press. All right. On the second, may I have a look at that? Check, shows, the press. eBay purchase.
Yeah, it's now I can understand, if he was as distraught, it sounds like he's looking at notes to remember what he told the police about where he was. And one part of me can understand that, if you are very distressed, it does, in a heightened state of stress, you do not actually record and, keep memories in the same way that you do when you're not stressed. It does seem like if you are on house arrest, though, and you're not supposed to be going anywhere, you wouldn't have a hard time figuring out your whereabouts.
Okay. Thank you for getting that together for us. Okay. So obviously there's a lot of electronic devices in your house. And you've been kind enough to consent to downloading several of them. One of them being the iPad mini that's Thomas's. Is that right? Now previously you told us that Thomas had gotten up on New Year's Eve and spent some time with you, John and Anna, and then you'd gone to bed, right? And that was what, like 10:30, is that correct?
Around there.
Around there.
You can buy the photo that was sent by Anna. We give it more exact time.
Do you use any other devices in the house?
I use my phone, and Anna and I only use our phones and the, I use everything, but I only use the gold laptop.
The gold laptop? Is that an Apple or?
Everything we have in there, the Apple except Anna's work computer was not Apple.
Ooh, he has the MacBook.
So again, we downloaded the iPad mini, and you've been fairly consistent in your story, your account on the morning. You said that Anna give you a kiss at 6:30 in the morning? Is that right? You say that, and then or do you want to make breakfast?
That's correct.
Right. So how do you explain at about 4:54 in the morning, the iPad mini is querying the 10 best ways to dispose of the human body?
In case you can't hear it, because again, the audio is cursed, I am sorry. This is the stream, and local news tends to be really copyright striky. But what the detective said is, hey, kind of strange question, but at 4 a.m. on, the 1st, it looks like you were Googling how to dispose of a dead body. Is that just a coinky-dink? Do your kids like to look a lot of stuff up on iPads, even though the oldest is only 6? And in my experience, they cannot, type into Google what they want to look for. They let Siri do that. So I'm not saying it's outside of the realm of possibility that a kid would look this up, because sometimes my son will be asking Siri to count, what's 1 million plus 1 million, by ones. And I have to tell him not to do that. But yeah, the Google searches are just going to get worse. If you thought how long to die in cold was a little bit of a bad search, possibly, yeah, he has the searches of premeditation.
I don't, I have no idea.
Thomas is asleep. And
Well, Thomas is in his room with the iPad. Thomas is usually, I don't use that iPad, so that's really weird.
He's 6, right?
Yeah. He does not have the.
Is he the average intelligence for a 6-year-old?
Oh, no, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, but 6-year-olds typically, I have a 4-year-old who's, as a hard, he can't spell his last name.
No,
6
exactly.
is obviously way more advanced. If you have a 6-year-old who, there's no.
No, obviously not.
Okay. There is dozens of searches and then iPad on the morning of the 1st that ask how to dispose of the human body, how to get blood out of hardwood floors, how to dispose of the body in the trash, how to...
I would like to preemptively say that I'm writing a true crime fantasy novel, and all of my searches are in furtherance of that. Even the strange ones where I'm looking at Sailor Moon stuff.
Stop a body from decomposing. And how do you explain that?
I have no idea.
So you're not using that iPad?
No, sir. I mean, only to get it for his spooky movies.
Okay. On 11/6, right?
That's what I read, yeah.
So throughout the afternoon on the 1st, when Anna is gone, the device continues to query how to get blood stains, does blood remove, does the dishwasher remove blood from a knife, and so on and so forth.
I mean, these are totally normal searches. Who doesn't look for these things? I mean, some crazy people like me put their forks, standing straight up in the dishwasher. I mean, who hasn't searched if they tripped over and fell on their dishwasher and happened to get on, the dangerous yet correct, fork standing straight up? If I'm a juror at this point, I am like, why are we having a trial? And I can understand if you don't get it. Again, with our system, we have to presume that Brian is innocent until the state proves its case. This is the justice system that, is the best that we have, flawed as it is. And, the defense attorneys are there to make sure that all of his rights, regardless of how Chandler, guilty he appears, it is incumbent that he has those defense attorneys so they can fight for his rights, because if we start letting those rights go for, Brian, then we don't have the right to fight for people like Richard Allen, who had experienced a legitimate miscarriage of justice. If we let little things slide because we don't like people, or, everything points to all the guilty, we still have to play out the motions. We still have to do this in order to maintain, the dignity and the respect that we have for, again, our imperfect justice system, so we can get some level of justice on Earth. It's not the greatest system. It has inherent flaws, but it is the best system that we have here on Earth. Including David Lammy. Y'all in the UK, I don't know, but apparently you're getting rid of jury trials. Scary.
These queries continue on January 2nd, 3rd. I saw this number of body of that nature. Does not determine that.
What the hell was that? Who the hell was doing shake and bake on the damn table?
It is 11:21, still January 8th, 2023.
Sergeant, after that interview was over, what did you do?
We went back to the Cohasset Police Station.
If you could keep your voice up, sir.
Sorry. We went back to the Cohasset Police Station.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see Mr. Walsh again that day?
Yes,
About what time?
about 4 p.m.
And where was that?
at Attorney Minor's residence in Scituate.
And what did you do with him at that point in time?
I placed the defendant under arrest.
Now, where was the defendant taken after you placed him under arrest?
The Cohasset Police Station.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see his hands on January 8th and January 9th?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 48, which is file number 7697.
That's one of the previously admitted exhibits from yesterday morning, yes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may publish it.
Sergeant, what is this?
That is a picture of the defendant's thumb.
And if the Commonwealth could publish Exhibit 49, which is file number 7701, also previously marked from yesterday, Your Honor. And Sergeant, what is this?
That is the picture of the defendant's thumb, and you can see the blue tile from the booking room floor in the background.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now,
wait, let's go back to that hand, because we took all the time to clean the blood and all the dirt and, oh, wait, you know what? I'm a genius. This is how you can tell I'm really blonde. They just fingerprinted him. I'm like, did the man not wash his hands? I mean, he talked about cleaning blood up off of everywhere, but forgot to clean his hands. And then I remembered that they probably, did the fingerprint thing. I love it when I answer my own question by observing and not being a moron.
Sergeant, what did you do on January 9th in this matter?
I went to 300 Forest Street in Peabody.
And about what time did you get to 300 Forest Street in Peabody?
Around dusk.
And why were you there?
We had collected 2 dumpsters from the apartment complex at 330 Paradise Road. Those were transported to a transfer, like a trash transfer station in Peabody for examination.
And so what were you doing? Well, so when you got to Peabody, about what time was it?
I was right around the beginning of dark.
And who was there?
Myself, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Lieutenant Tully, members of the CERT team, and other troopers.
And Lieutenant Tully, he's with the state police and opposed to...
Did anyone bring, leaf blowers to make sure that we could blow away the possible intrinsic snow? Again, maybe it's because I watched the Karen Reed trial that anytime they mention anyone tangentially related or related to the investigation in this case, I'm like, please tell me you didn't let them do anything important.
Detective Lieutenant Lopes with Cohasset.
Correct.
Okay. And so what were these state troopers doing? Not Lieutenant Tully, but the other ones you just mentioned.
It's a big warehouse with trash lining on the walls. We had dumped the contents of the dumpsters in the warehouse, and we began searching the bags, bag by bag.
And why were you and so what would you do with the bags when you searched them bag by bag?
The contents of the bags were opened. It was spread out on the ground. We'd look at the contents, see if it was important. If it was, those were moved to like a tarp or plastic or paper sheeting where they could be documented, photographed, collected as evidence.
If the Commonwealth could publish Exhibit 50 from yesterday, Your Honor, which would be file number HAS 7025.
You may.
Sir, directing your attention, what is this?
This is plastic sheeting.
And can you see yourself in this photograph at all?
I can see my feet
Where are your feet located?
at the top of the frame.
And if you could just tell us like what you're wearing for footwear?
Brown leather boots and gray pants.
And if the Commonwealth could have
I mean, he legitimately, I mean, those feet look like they're wearing leg warmers to me, but you know what? If you want to flash dance into my heart, sir, okay.
have Exhibit 51, which is file number 6810. So, Sergeant, what are we looking at here as far as the process that you were describing?
So this is right when one of the bags was opened for examination. The contents was dumped out so we could look at it.
And if we could go to Exhibit 52, which is file 6867. Now, what are we looking at here in relation to the previous?
Okay, riddle me this. Now, I am not a logistical genius. But first they dumped everything on the trash warehouse concrete. But then to preserve evidence after they've dumped it on the concrete, picking up all miscellaneous fibers and things like that, based on the Locard principle, which, you know, anything that touches something else, there will be an exchange of evidence. But basically, we're going to put them on the ground, and then when we decide it's evidence, we're going to put it on paper. Massachusetts. How much fluoride do you put in your water? Because I think you should half it, okay? Just a little, just a scotch. Because what the hell?
Go to Exhibit 52, which is file 6867. Now, what are we looking at here in relation to the previous photograph?
Those are the contents moved to like tarp and plastic and paper sheeting so they could be further examined.
And the boots, do you know what brand those are?
Hunter boots.
And Ms. Gilman, is it possible to zoom in on the white piece of paper underneath the purse? Sergeant, did you see that white piece of paper that night?
I did.
What was that?
That's a COVID-19 vaccination card with the name Anna Walshe on it.
If you could close out of that. Now, Sergeant, did you ever have the opportunity to review financial records in this matter?
Yes.
And you said that you'd been working on that during your investigation, but you've also looked at them since then, isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay. At this point in time, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would ask to publish page 6 from Exhibit 56, Apple Credit Union.
You may publish that page, yes.
Thank you.
This is from the Apple Credit Union.
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant, do you see this statement?
Yes.
All right, Sergeant, what is the date for this statement?
The ending date is January 31st, 2023.
And Sergeant, and Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. Sergeant, do you remember what the outstanding balance was on the account?
I believe it was overdrawn by over $800.
And
I'm asking for someone who has never been overdrawn to the tune of $800. What in the crap spackle? Brian was going on and on and on and on and on about how he's rich and how he's got the money to pay restitution. Well, as a comfortably, modestly blessed person, let me just say that I have been dirt poor and never had my account that negative. Holy God. I do wonder that, Sniper Hunter, but I think that the problem that they're going to run into, because their Achilles heel is the same as the prosecutors, how can you prove that that was the cause of her death if you don't have a body? I mean, you can make suppositions, you can infer that, and maybe that will go to reasonable doubt, but you can't prove it. Not that the defense has to prove anything, but I do think that jurors who maybe that isn't made clear to, and it is kind of a hard concept to get your head around when you're first watching trials, that the defense doesn't have a burden at all. Because I think everyone kind of inherently thinks, well, if someone accused me of something that I wasn't guilty of, I would talk about it. I would set people straight. And it is kind of a stretch of the imagination and a change in thinking to have to be in the mindset of the defense doesn't have the burden of proof. The state does. And that is a kind of a hard thing. And it's still challenging for me some days. And I've been watching trials for nearly 5 years. So I don't begrudge the jury having a hard time getting in that mindset. No, JKD Buck, there has never been, the body has not been found. So this was an interesting case for me just because the body hadn't been found, and how do you try a case like that? But, you know, what is missing for the state is also missing for the defense. So you can't say, well, hey, you know, we tested the body. It looked like she had a widowmaker heart attack or she had an aneurysm. It's almost like if you wanted us to believe this fakakta story that she died of totally, you know, peaceful reasons, that you would just let the authorities come and do an autopsy instead of your own at-home jigsaw puzzle.
Sergeant, regarding the payments on this account, do they bear any similarity to the other withdrawals on the other months?
Yes.
What so's?
Rockland FCU, that payment was reoccurring. Pepco payments was reoccurring. Leader Bank Online was a reoccurring payment.
And, Your Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to publish page 8 from Exhibit 57, the Barclays JetBlue card.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, what is the date for this statement?
Statement period ending in January 17th, 2023.
And what was the balance for this statement?
Statement balance as of 1/17/2023 is $2,145.69.
And Ms. Gill, and Your Honor, if we could publish page 10 from the same exhibit?
You may.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, could you go down to the bottom? Sergeant, what did you see as far as activity on this card after December 31st?
None.
Your Honor, may we publish page 4 from Exhibit 58, Leader Bank?
May.
Thank you. Sergeant, do you recognize this statement?
Yes.
What is this for?
This is a mortgage payment for an investment property.
And do you see an address associated with it? Towards the bottom.
Yes, the collateral property is a condo at 35A Tudor Street, Unit 35A-5, Lynn, Mass.
Sergeant, in the interviews you had with the defendant, there were discussions of properties. What other properties were there that Anna Walsh or the defendant had access to in Massachusetts?
There were Lynn rental properties.
And if we could close out of this, in Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we publish page 45 of JP Morgan Chase, Exhibit 60. Oh, I'm sorry, Exhibit 59.
Page 40?
45.
Page 45, you may.
Thank you. Sergeant, what is this account?
This is the Chase Freedom Card.
And when is the period ending for this account? Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down just a little? Under opening and closing.
Again, Massachusetts, you're willing to pay gajillions into the hundred of thousands for expert witnesses. Could you get a copier that can make clear copies? Could you do that? I mean, I know you wouldn't be able to get someone to dress themselves up in blue paint, but maybe we could get a clear,
what are those,
the
The range is October 18th, 2022 to November 17th, 2022.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll up? What was due on the account at that point in time after the November date?
$0.
And with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to publish page 47 of the same exhibit.
You may.
Thank you. Now, Sergeant, directing your attention to page 47 of the same exhibit, I'd like to ask some questions about October 30th. Do you see that entry on it?
Yes.
What is that state on October 30th?
A United flight was purchased on the 30th for November 23rd, 2022 from airport code IAD to airport code DUB.
What is the date associated with that?
November 23rd, 2022.
The next line down, sir?
Purchased on the same date of October 30th, a Air France flight departing airport code DUB to arriving CDG, and then a connecting flight CDG to BEG.
And the next line after that, sir? Oh, and by the way, what was the date associated with that airline?
That was 11/27/2022.
The next line on October 30th, sir?
A flight from Lufthansa Airlines for the date of December 7th, 2022, leaving BEG to airport code FRA, and then a connecting flight FRA to BOS.
Do you know BOS's airport?
Boston Logan.
Do you know IAD?
IAD is Dulles in Virginia.
What is DUB?
Dublin in Ireland.
What's CDG?
Charles de Gaulle in France.
What's BEG?
Belgrade.
What is FRA?
Frankfurt.
Now, if the Commonwealth could publish page 97 on, one moment.
Wait a minute, it's only $1,300-ish to get to Belgrade? Yeah, I'd have to get one of those special IDs. I don't want to go to the DMV. Never mind, I'll stay in my house.
Could the Commonwealth publish page 97 of this same exhibit, Your Honor?
Page 97 of 59?
Yes. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you, Your Honor. Within this same exhibit, was there another credit card?
Yes.
And what was this credit card called?
IHG Rewards.
And looking at page 97, what is the balance owed on this credit card?
$2,690.97.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down? What is the closing date for that account?
January 23rd, 2023.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down some more? What is the name on that account?
Anna Walshe.
Now, if the Commonwealth could publish page 25 of Exhibit 60 from Liberty Bay.
You may.
Do you recognize this statement, sir?
Yes.
What is this?
This is a Liberty Bay Credit Union statement ending in January 31st, 2023.
And who's the name on the statement?
Anna Walshe.
And what is the balance on the statement?
$3,388.98.
And do you see those withdrawals on January 3rd and 4th?
Yes.
Do they have any similarities to other withdrawals and other statements within this exhibit?
Yes, the MLS property was reoccurring every 3 months, and the WJ Management and Great North Prop were reoccurring monthly.
If the Commonwealth could publish page 7 of Exhibit 61, Fidelity.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good Lord, how many bank accounts do these people have?
Page 7. Sir, within Fidelity, how many accounts were there?
2.
And do you recognize page 7?
Yes, this is account ending in 5493, a IRA account.
And who's the name on the IRA account?
Anna Walsh.
And what is the date of the investment report?
February 1, 2023 to February 28, 2023.
And what is the account value at that point in time?
$93,615.82.
And if the Commonwealth finally, Your Honor, could publish page 118 from the same exhibit?
You may.
Thank you. What account is this, sir?
This is an individual investment account ending in 5491 for Anna Walsh.
And what is the investment report date?
February 1, 2023 to February 28, 2023.
And what is the account value?
$117,719.74.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
So we might be getting to the end of his questions. Typically, this is something they do towards the end of their direct to make sure they've gone over everything they want. And we might get to see what the defense's style of cross
Your
is
Honor,
going to
at
be.
this point in time, could the Commonwealth ask that you read in G for identification, another stipulation?
Yes, may I have G, please?
And I will commend both the state and the defense on working to stipulate to as much as they can with this incredibly dense case. I mean, there's going to be a lot of forensics that we're going to have to walk through, both digital and with all of the tools that were found with Anna's DNA on it. So I am appreciative of the fact that both the state and defense tried to shorten this trial by agreeing where they could.
I don't need to repeat to you what the stipulation is, I'll just read it now to you. Brian Walsh was arraigned in United States District Court in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11 of 2018. On April 1st, 2021, Brian Walsh pled guilty to indictments for wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud, and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction. On October 6, 2021, an initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walsh was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months and restitution of approximately $475,000. In January 2023, Brian Walsh had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walsh was represented by a lawyer at all stages of the federal case.
And I have one last question, Your Honor. Sergeant, what are the closest hardware stores to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
On Route 3A, to the north is Hingham Lumber, about a mile away, and to the south is Aubuchon Hardware, also in Cohasset, about a mile away.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, let's see what the defense does with this.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
You may proceed.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Those financial records that were just displayed to the jury, tell us in your words, what's the significance of those?
It goes to the totality of the circumstances in the investigation. It gives us background and just an understanding
An understanding of what?
of the entire investigation.
Well, what those
It gives you an understanding of the financial reality of the marriage because most people don't want to say, hey, we're $800 in the negative and we're kind of sucking ass right now. That being said, it is, if you're not used to coming up with things on the fly and you kind of have to explain things that are so natural to you, you kind of do it in your everyday life, it is sort of hard to kind of break that down and explain it, but you should be able to as the lead detective.
records show, isn't it, is that there was a lot of automatic payments being made.
Yes,
Those records do not show any withdrawals reportedly by Mr. Brian Walsh, do they?
correct.
And for instance, those records that were related to the Freedom card that you then told the jury about the indication of the flights and you identified DUB as Dublin, where'd you get those records?
From Chase Freedom.
Okay. You didn't find those records in the home of Mr. Walsh, did you?
No,
And you didn't find those records then in the possession of Mr. Walsh, did you?
can I explain?
Can you answer the question?
Wait a minute. If he doesn't carry his billing slips, we must acquit. If he doesn't have his account info, he gets to go. What point are we making here? I mean, I'm guessing that they had to subpoena these from Chase Bank because Anna wasn't there to give her consent. But let's see where the defense is going with this. I'm sure it will be interesting.
I can.
What is it?
Physically in his possession, no.
And when you were talking and asking Mr. Walsh questions, both on January 4th, January 5th, and later on January 7th, and then on January 8th, he never once told you anything about Anna Walsh being in Dublin, or he was suspecting that she was in Dublin, or anything of the sort.
Correct.
When you were talking to Mr. Walsh back on January 4th and January 5th, he forthrightly told you about the federal case, didn't he?
Yes.
And he told you that it was
Forthright on a scale. He was definitely a minimizer. He definitely didn't want to get into specifics of his case. He really minimized it, didn't, allude to the fact that he hadn't been sentenced, kind of said that it had all been taken care of. And as a juror, as a human, I am going to take into the totality of you as a person, how you deal with things when you're confronted with, wrongdoings in the past. If Brian Walsh was capable of, minimizing and sort of distancing himself from wrongdoing in art theft or fraud, I am going to, be extra, have extra scrutiny on him. Now, the defense did allude to the fact that Brian might take the stand. He did say in his opening statement, you will hear from Brian's own words. Now, whether they're going to replay interrogation stuff or if they're going to actually put him on the stand, I don't know. But what are these questions?
I think he used the word integrity. He admitted that this was all his fault, correct?
Yes.
And that stipulation that was just read to the jury about the federal case, that was the same case, wasn't it?
Correct.
It was about painting fraud involving Warhol paintings that were fraudulent, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, and based on your investigation that's gone on for some time now, other than that federal, there's no other federal case. Let me ask you.
I'm not aware of any other federal case.
And it'd be one of the things you would do as the lead detective in this case, to make sure you knew about other pending federal cases or things like that, correct?
Yes.
Sweetie, where are you going with this? I don't think
Just
it's a
ask this.
flex.
You told us that on January 8th, around 4 p.m., you returned, was it to Attorney Minor's home and placed Mr. Walsh under arrest?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that once he was placed under arrest, is it fair to say that he remained in custody?
Yes.
And so, just getting to that Richard Walker stipulation, fair to say that one of those ransom notes that we had to hear about, that occurred after Mr. Walsh had been placed into custody, correct?
Yes, I believe it was February 10th, the second one I received.
So, even though the stipulation entered into evidence was that everybody agrees that Mr. Walsh had nothing to do with that Richard Walker tip, nonetheless, you knew,
Dick Walker, just the tip.
and the detectives knew early on in this case, that Richard Walker tip had nothing to do with Mr. Walsh, correct?
That was our understanding.
Okay. Now I want to focus your attention on what we heard on the January 8th interview. By the time you got to Tracy Minor's home, you and your colleagues had done an investigation on what's been referred to as a mini iPad, correct?
Yes.
And that mini iPad was associated with one of the sons, the oldest son, correct?
Correct.
And when you listen to that recording, when you listen to the questions that are posed to Mr. Walsh, and you ask him about that mini pad, his demeanor changed, didn't it?
Yes.
In fact, it's fair to say, isn't it? I don't want to mischaracterize, but he basically he looked and sounded sad, didn't he?
Correct.
Because you were talking.
My client's a terrible liar, and he did all of his premeditation on the iPad. Not guilty. What in the... My client was sad, Your Honor. Not guilty.
To him about his oldest son.
I'd watch it.
His oldest son mini pad, right?
Objection.
Basis?
Go ahead and mark objection.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You were talking to him at the time about his son, oldest son's mini pad, correct?
Correct.
And you can mark art fraud, jury shuffle, cursed audio. Yeah, that's for right. Oh, and Google search.
He basically answered you, I don't know anything about those searches, right?
Correct.
You've learned in your investigation of this case, haven't you, that the searches that you were asking Mr. Walsh about at that time, those searches were not, in fact, conducted on the mini iPad that was associated with his son, correct?
Yes, they were synced to that, but they did not occur on that iPad, is my understanding.
Right. So now your investigation was able to determine that whoever conducted those searches, of course, your investigation revealed that it was Brian Walsh. He never used his young son's mini iPad.
Whoever did it, I mean, Brian admitted to it, but whoever did it, Slimer, from Ghostbusters, that troll doll that you kept from the 80s, a Chucky doll, or even Annabelle. He has the same look Carl Benjamin has when he's listening to the new Your Party conference. What am I doing here, and how did I end up in real life Clerks? So the defense is making very sure that you understand that Brian did nothing with his son's iPad. Where are we going? Why is this going to be a month-long trial?
iPad to conduct any of those searches that we've heard about, correct?
Correct.
And so when you asked him about that mini iPad belonging to his son, his demeanor changed and he looked sad, correct?
Yes.
Those, okay?
Yes, sir.
Those two exhibits that were shown, Exhibit 48 and 49, they showed what appeared to be cuts on the hands of Mr. Walsh, correct?
Yes.
You have no idea how those cuts occurred, do you?
Correct.
You don't have any idea when they occurred, do you?
Correct. Well, I do know they occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
I'm sorry?
They occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
Yes, obviously.
No, don't say obviously with an attitude, jerk face. Okay, you've been asking the most asinine questions. So it was a thing from not the iPad. He was sad. Did he look teary? Don't have an attitude when he gives you a smart ass answer when you're asking dumbass questions. In the court of Mo, that's allowed. On the Petty Express, we in fact encourage dumbass answers for stupid questions.
So let me ask you a couple of questions about some of the things you testified to about yesterday. One of the things you testified to is at some point after going to the home and talking to Mr. Walsh on January 4th, you and I believe it was Detective Lawrence?
Officer Greg Lawrence.
Okay, Lawrence. You went and you surveyed the interior and the exterior of the home.
Yes.
And one of the things that you were doing was, as a trained law enforcement officer, you were looking for anything that might give you a clue or anything suspicious or anything like that.
Correct.
And that's how you're trained.
Yes.
And you're a very competent officer, right?
I think so.
And in this case, you exercised that competency. And when you saw, for instance, that Volvo out in the parking lot, you walked out there and you looked inside the Volvo, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that Mr. Walsh was with you at the same time?
Yes.
And you made note, you told this jury about it, you made note that you saw a piece of plastic sheeting lying in the back of that Volvo, correct?
Yes.
And you even made note of what you described as a seedling that had fallen down into that sheathing.
Yes, that's what I remember.
And eventually that sheathing was eventually seized, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It
last
was
part.
eventually seized, it was taken?
That plastic sheeting? Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Was there other plastic sheeting that was subsequently seized?
Wait, why wasn't that plastic sheeting taken? Oh no, Massachusetts, you started so well. And then okay, let's continue. Maybe there was nothing on the plastic sheeting.
Yes.
And did that subsequent seized sheathing, did it match the sheathing that you observed in the Volvo?
It looked familiar. I'm not aware of any scientific comparison from one sheeting to the next.
Okay. But I guess it's just fair to say that when you were looking around and you looked at that Volvo, Mr. Walsh didn't keep you from looking inside, did he?
Correct.
The child-proof latches that we heard about yesterday. If we could have Exhibit 34 brought up, photo number 7335.
And French graying psychodwarf, I would say that, except that the next thing that I think they found in the next dumpster were hacksaws, blades, chains, all sorts of things to cut up a human body, full of Anna's DNA and blood. Now, while I'm aware that these things, you can bleed from anything. Heck, look at my legs after I'm done shaving. You'd think at the age I am with, 20 years of experience, I would know I have a shin, but apparently I forget every time. And knees. So I am aware that it would be, it is possible to stage this and she's actually an undercover KGB Mossad agent, out to cavort with her reptilian overlords. But I don't know. I don't like to bleed, even if I was going to be pulling off a complex international conspiracy. I don't.
That's that door that you testified to yesterday?
Yes,
That's the door to the basement?
correct.
The childhood latches are at the top of the door?
Yes.
Anybody can undo those latches as long as they're tall enough to reach them?
I assume with the proper grip strength, yes.
Okay. And so any adult...
Wait, are we claiming now that the children formed an acrobatic parkour, ninja group and were able to balance on top of each other, little rascal style, in order to tamper with the childproof lock? Where are we going on this?
Probably released that plastic latch, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, on the door handle, there was no key lock or anything of the sort preventing somebody from going down into the basement?
I don't recall a key lock on that door.
And when you saw that door for the first time, was it open or shut?
I don't recall.
Okay. We heard some evidence yesterday about a hole in the ceiling in Mr. Walsh's bedroom, correct?
Okay, wait a minute. So, defense attorney, are you arguing that the boys, again, stood on top of each other and opened the latch? You're like, well, anyone that's tall enough could. Now, as I will be on the defense attorney side just for this one time, because having had youngest most feral and having had to go through several different types of childhood locks to keep him inside the daggone house. Yes, my feral child was capable enough and crafty enough to think about pushing a chair over. But with those locks where you actually have to have fairly good grip strength in order to kind of trigger the release, yeah, I don't think that they little rascaled it. Also, he's already pled guilty to this stuff. Why are you trying to add it could have been someone else? He has already pled to the desecration of the body and the lying to cops. But sure, he didn't do it on the mini iPad, so not guilty.
Yes.
I'm sorry, you can take that exhibit down. I apologize. Maybe we could see now Exhibit 29, photograph 7319. Now that's the hole we're talking about, correct?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that you saw that hole on January 4th, the first time you were taking a tour of the house?
I remember seeing it on the 5th and not being surprised by it.
And all you mean by that is, I could have seen it, but I'm just not sure.
Yes, so I definitely remember it on the 5th, and I remember knowing that the ceiling tile was in the bottom drawer of that bureau, or that nightstand. I don't explicitly remember.
Who saves the ceiling plaster in their nightstand? Okay, and again, this is my speculation hat, but I'm speculating that he tried to put something up into the attic, didn't realize that you had to stay on the rafters, and that plaster will not support a 6'2", 250-pound man. And I would have loved to have seen video footage of that. Or there was a rain issue. I just don't understand why you would save the drywall and put it in your drawer, but maybe that was, vintage drywall, or to match the ceiling texture. Who knows?
Remember seeing it on the 4th, but I believe I did just because I wasn't surprised by my seeing it on the 5th.
Okay. Is it fair to say that when you talk about those ceiling pieces, they were stuffed in a drawer that was right there underneath the hole?
Correct.
And it was Mr. Walsh who showed you where those pieces were?
Yes.
And you didn't see anything on those pieces that raised any suspicion?
No.
It's fair to say that when we look at this exhibit, we can see what sometimes is referred to as ceiling joists.
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Okay, and between the ceiling joists is insulation?
Correct.
And it's as if the insulation is intact, the ceiling joists are intact, but the plaster fell down, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that plaster falls down without any pressure on it, depending on what happened, correct?
Depending on the state of disrepair.
I don't see any water damage. I don't see any discoloration. I say that because we had to replace our entire roof for water damage because it was state-of-the-art 1971. But I'm not a constructionology expert, so there could be other reasons that plaster just up and falls off your ceiling. I'm sure that there are many reasons. I just don't know where we're going with this. Maybe in addition to spontaneous sudden death syndrome, it's also spontaneous ceiling plaster destruction.
Possibly.
Okay. You have no idea how that hole occurred, do you?
I believe in one of the audio recordings, the defendant states he goes up there and was walking around.
Okay. But you don't have any idea what he was walking around for.
Correct.
And in fact, in that conversation, the context of that was that that occurred long before January 1st.
That was my presumption.
Presumption based on the context of the conversation?
Yes.
Okay, defense attorney, hey, sweetheart, you're doing a great job, and I hate to interrupt you to throw a little bit of a logic loop, but you have already told us that your client is a no good mother effing liar. But now we're supposed to take anything that came out of his mouth as gospel. Do you understand the inherent contradiction on that? Just asking for a friend.
That insulation that we see, is it fair to say that what we're looking at is the paper wrapping that covers the fiberglass that forms the insulation?
Yes, the vapor barrier portion of the insulation.
And is it fair to say, do you know, well, that's a terrible question. Do you know, sir, if the insulation that we're looking at in that exhibit, what color it is when you look at the fiberglass insulation?
I remember it being pink.
Okay. And it's a pink color. Now,
most insulation is pink. Every time I've been dragged against my will into Home Depot or Lowe's with Mr. Mower, even actually I like Menards because it has a little grocery section. So I actually go to Menards without, whining too much. But back to the point. Why are we talking about the color of the insulation? Are we trying to get to the point where it doesn't look like he fell through the ceiling?
we saw some photographs of the basement of the Cohasset home, didn't we, yesterday? Correct?
Yes.
And in those photographs, it also showed photographs on the ceiling to the basement, correct?
Correct.
And that ceiling also had insulation, correct?
Correct.
And that color of that insulation was also pink, correct?
Correct.
So you're telling me the carpet matches the drapes? Giggity. I'm glad that we're talking about color coordinated insulation. Where are we going with this?
You talked about going down into the basement and you saw some bags down there. You recall that?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit number 33, photograph 7343? Well, I got the wrong number. I apologize.
That leopard carpet is amazeballs. Never in my most redonkulous dreams did I imagine leopard print carpeting actually existed. Now I want it.
Well, I think I'll just ask you questions. I apologize for all that. You went down into the basement.
Yes.
Did Mr. Walsh go down in the basement with you?
Yes.
You found some bags down there,
I did.
and you didn't open the bags.
Correct.
But you pushed on the bags or touched the bags, didn't you?
Yeah, I manipulated with my boot.
With your boot. And what did you think was in the bags?
Like a piece of a rug or like carpet sample sized.
Okay. But you didn't look in the bag, correct?
Correct.
But based on your training and experience, you thought it was pieces of rock.
That's what I assumed.
Okay. And this was on January 4th, wasn't it?
It was either the 4th or the 5th.
Okay. Whether it's the 4th or the 5th, there were still bags down there in the basement that may have contained pieces of rock.
Correct.
And Mr. Walsh was right with you when you were using your boot to touch those bags, and using your training and experience, determined that feels like they have rug pieces in them.
Correct.
That's it. Every time I see a piece of trash, I'm going to employ the tactical toe touch to discover what's in there. So next time you lose retainer, parents, you don't have to open the bag and go through it with your hands because that's grody. You just, in fact, have to toe touch it. Oh, Massachusetts, you are doing so well.
And down in that basement, those stairs, they're wood stairs, aren't they?
They are.
And did you notice the very bottom stair to the stairway to the basement, that it was cracked or broken?
Not at the time.
And, of course, the flooring for that basement that you entered, that was concrete, correct?
Yes.
You were asked some questions both yesterday and today about the pool that is in the rear part of the home in Cohasset, correct?
Yes.
And at one point, you looked at the pool and it had water in it, and then subsequently, it had been drained, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, nothing of any significance was found in that pool, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you would be interested to determine if there was any evidence that a substance like blood had been placed in that pool. That'd be one of the things you'd be curious about,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And after you and your fellow officers had uncovered the searches that we've heard some about, you're aware of a search, aren't you, that was found on the map book that talked about something about how you measure blood in a pool, or some words to that effect? Are you aware of it?
Yes.
And so there was never anything found of any significance.
Now, what I do think might be some actual practical limitations in testing the pool for any forensic, data. Let's say, just for speculation station giggles, he did throw her body into the pool. You guys remember that pool water? It was corroded. It had a bunch of leaves and other things. And I'm not a Scientologist, but I'm guessing that the addition of, random decaying plant material, sludge, fungus, and whatever was growing in that water might, overpower a scant amount of DNA. And with the fact that the scouring or the dredging of the pool didn't bring anything up, then maybe there was a choice made with finite resources not to test the pool water. Again, I don't know the limitations, but I would assume it would be harder to test for blood in corroded water versus clear water. And even regular pool water is going to contain chlorine, which is basically bleach, and would destroy DNA. So those all might be factors that played into them not testing the pool.
In the pool, was there?
Not that I'm aware of.
And in fact, I think it was, you talked about a canine search in the back area, correct?
Yes.
And that canine is a human scent canine, correct?
It's a patrol and tracking dog.
And it didn't hit on, if that's the proper term, it did not hit on anything in the backyard whatsoever.
I believe the canine was.
And welcome, Baker Raiders. We are getting a taste of what the defense cross is going to be like. There are some interesting questions. I'm not sure where we're going on this. It seems like this defense attorney is trying to exonerate Brian from things that he's already admitted to, such as the moving of the body and the lying to police. It's strange, y'all. It's strange. So welcome, Baker Raiders. Yeah, it's hold on, y'all.
On the outside portion of that fenced-in backyard, doing the track.
Okay. It didn't hit on anything significant or related to your investigation of this case, did it?
No.
Now, you walked through the house, you already told us, correct?
Yes.
You walked through it at least twice, one on January 4th and then on January 5th.
Yes.
And you didn't see anything that seemed suspicious, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that, quote, you're sensitive to that, correct? Based on your training and experience.
Yes.
And
Yes, Timmu Carl Benjamin is in fact a vibe reader. He can read the vibes. You can tell by the flat affect and the look of, I just want to go home now.
But you well know, don't you, that subsequently, criminalists, multiple criminalists from the Mass State Police then arrived at that house sometime after or on January 8th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And they were there for more than just 2 days, weren't they?
It was more than one day, went into the second day at least.
And they went over every single room and item in that Cohasset home, didn't they?
That is my presumption.
And so even though when you, as a trained and experienced officer, walked through that house a couple of times and didn't see anything, still, there was trained criminalists that came to the house to conduct testing and searching for anything that might be significant, correct?
It's called
I'm
an
sorry, can you repeat that?
investigation.
There was trained criminalists that came to the house to look for anything that might be significant related to the investigation that was ongoing.
That is correct.
I want to ask you some questions about media used message.
The what?
There's no such thing as something called iMessenger, is there?
I'm familiar with iMessages.
Right.
Like Apple-to-Apple communication.
Right. So my question is rather simple. There's no such thing called iMessenger, correct?
At that direct quote, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And
Okay, so the fact that they used Apple Messenger is the big, linchpin upon which this case rests. I got you. It's called, iMessage.
when you were talking to Mr. Walshe on January 4th, he used the term iMessenger, didn't he?
It was either iMessenger or iMessages.
Well, you were asked about that when you testified before the grand jury, weren't you?
I don't recall. Likely.
Well, you recall that at the grand jury, based on a series of questions, you determined and stated in part that when Mr. Walsh was talking about iMessenger, he was really talking about Facebook Messenger.
The context of that portion of the interview did seem as if it was, because we're on the Facebook subject and social media subject.
And when he was talking to you and saying, well, some messages would come up on his phone that were intended for Anna Walsh, he was talking about, quote, iMessenger. That's the phrase he used, correct?
I believe so.
And then Messenger, once again, has to do with Facebook, correct?
That was my presumption from the context of the conversation.
And so you are unaware, as you sit here today, that there is any forensic evidence that Mr. Walsh ever saw the messages or any messages that may have occurred between Anna Walsh and one person named William Fasto, correct?
Can you repeat the wording of that, just so I have it clear?
You are unaware of any forensic evidence that establishes that Mr. Walsh saw iMessages that may have been sent between Anna Walsh and William Fasto.
What the defense is trying to do here is incredibly delicate because they are trying to maintain that Brian Walsh was so incredibly devastated by his wife's passing and was unaware of the fact that his wife had been carrying on a months-long extramarital affair. They want to take away that potential motive, that he might have acted in a crime of passion. No. What the defense is selling, their narrative, is that Brian was unaware of the extramarital affair. He went down to wash dishes. He came back upstairs. Anna had passed away suddenly. And that's when he decided to become very fearful that he was going to be blamed for her sudden, natural death, and decided to make up a story and dismember her, as you do.
I don't recall any digital forensics related to what you're describing.
And in fact, are you aware of the use of Messenger in the context of Facebook?
Yes.
And is it fair to say, and just correct me if I'm wrong, that somebody can friend somebody on Facebook and then they can trade messenger communication, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And anybody who is a friend will see those messenger communications and can respond to them?
No, not in DMs, not in messages. I mean, not if they're like private. Why are we listening to old man Time try to explain how Facebook works?
In the context of Facebook,
Yes, in the context of Facebook.
messages, my understanding is messages between people would be only between the people that are included in that message.
Well, when you talk about messenger, you're talking about messengers, the format used
Facebook,
on
Facebook Messenger, yes.
It's fair to say that if someone's trying to hide an affair, they don't communicate using Facebook Messenger that might be open to people that they don't want to find out about an affair.
Objection.
Sustained.
Where are we going with this? Don't use Facebook Messenger if you are cheating with your spouse, because apparently everyone can see your DMs.
You are unaware, as you sit here today, of any forensic evidence that indicates that Mr. Walsh saw any Facebook Messenger communications between Anna Walsh and William Fasto, aren't you?
Correct.
In your interview,
No, I think it's incredibly hard to have a trial without a body. So it would make a lot of sense to, what do they have? It is always harder, and I think there is more room for reasonable doubt when there isn't a body. That being said, the defense is asking us to swallow or to buy that a reasonable reaction, one that the juries could understand and even empathize with, is to, upon, realizing that your loved one is dead, to go into lying in dismemberment, which is going to be a hard sell.
you and your questioning of Mr. Walsh.
Well,
I can withdraw that, Judge. I apologize. During your questioning of Mr. Walsh, you were present with others, correct? Other
Yes.
officers.
Yes.
So sometimes when the jury heard that questioning, it wasn't you asking the questions, it was other officers, including Trooper Pacheco, correct?
Yes.
But during those questioning, you were asking, and when I say you, I mean you or your colleagues, you were asking Mr. Walsh for names of people that might be helpful, correct?
Yes.
And he gave you a number of names, people who he knew Anna may be friends with in D.C., and names of people that she might be friends with in the Massachusetts area, correct?
Correct.
And one of the names that he gave you was William Fastow, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware of the fact that William Fastow sold the $1 million townhouse to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh, correct?
Yes.
And when Mr. Walsh gave you the name of William Fastow, he didn't sound angry, did he?
He did not.
He didn't say anything pejorative about Mr. Fastow, did he?
Correct.
And before that occurred, you or your fellow officers had made it clear by asking Mr. Walsh questions of whether he knew anything about an affair or affairs that Anna Walsh might be involved in.
Yes, we asked about that.
And you asked him about it more than once.
Correct.
And you were asking about it because it could be something that you'd use in your investigation, correct?
Yes.
And by the nature and the context of your investigation, you were making it clear that, well, an affair could be some evidence that could be either good or bad in our investigation.
Potentially.
Right. And so anybody who's trying to hide the fact that they knew about an affair that could be bad evidence, you wouldn't expect them to give you the name of a person that they knew was having an affair with their wife.
Objection?
Sustained.
Well, isn't that part of your training experience, officer, that you don't expect people to give you harmful information when you're asked?
Defense, you are arguing the point. Again, going by your narrative, defense, your client was able to give over this name and, kind of maintain jocularity and nonchalance during this interview when he had already either started chopping his wife or hidden her somewhere. Again, I don't know what you're trying to get to. I understand where that's a lie. I understand where they're trying to get to. I have never seen a more ham-fisted attempt to get where he wants to go, because basically he is trying to take that motive of the affair and a possibility that in the juror's mind, if he found out about the affair, it could have led to a crime of passion or something like that. I don't get where we're going with this, though.
Asking them questions?
Objection?
Sustained.
In any event, you had made it clear to Mr. Walsh that evidence of an affair could be either good or bad, correct?
Can you repeat that?
But you made it clear, you and your colleagues, in the multiple questions about an affair, that evidence of an affair between Anna and somebody else could be good or bad evidence.
I don't recall speaking about an affair being good or bad.
in any event, we can all agree that he just gave you the name of William Fasto in the context of anybody that she may know, Anna, may know in the DC area, correct?
Correct.
Along with other names, correct?
Correct.
Now, on January 7th, during the interview of Mr. Walsh, he was told, and the jury has heard this, that obviously, quote, obviously, with Anna missing, you know, the public and many people, they're going to have their suspicions about you and whether you did something to Anna. That was told to Mr. Walsh on January 7th, wasn't it?
Correct.
In fact, you were...
Yes, but that's kind of that's inherent in the read technique. This might be an interview, but he wasn't behaving normally, so they might have started putting on subtle pressure to see if he would change his story or if the story would change. I'm sure that parents that have nothing to do, or say a spouse that has nothing to do with their other spouse's disappearance, probably get grilled just as hard to take them off of the suspect list. I'm sure they have to show receipts too. I'm sure, one detective might say, hey, there are people that are going to say that you did this. How are you going to prove that you don't? Now, you shouldn't be talking to police without a lawyer, and you shouldn't be doing stuff that makes you talk to the police. But in that case,
The point of that question was you were warning Mr. Walsh that people are going to suspect him, correct?
It was the topic of discussion.
Okay. And so it's true, isn't it? When something happens like a missing person, people don't believe somebody that they think might be responsible for the missing person, correct?
Objection.
I'll have the question back.
I'm sorry, Joe.
I'll have the question back. Sorry about that.
I'm
Or
sorry.
new question.
I'm, sure. Oh, I'm sorry. You were warning Mr. Walsh that people weren't going to believe him.
I didn't make that statement, so I was not warning him that.
Okay, but you were there with your colleagues, correct?
Yes.
And your colleague, I mean, from the context of it, you understand that your colleague was telling Mr. Walsh, people aren't going to believe you, so they're going to be suspicious.
I don't know if it was under the context of people aren't going to believe you, but we were discussing the subject that he may, people may suspect him. And I remember he said that his attorney exposed him to that.
Okay. But regardless of what his attorney told him, when it was told to Mr. Walsh, obviously with Anna missing, the public and many people, they're going to have this suspicion about you and whether you did something to Anna, correct?
Yes.
what the detective, or what I would answer, yes, it is standard operating procedure to try to exonerate or eliminate the people closest to the missing person of having anything to do with, the person being missing. Yes, it is usually standard operating procedure that if a child goes missing, that the parents are deeply scrutinized. It's, standard procedure if a girlfriend or boyfriend go missing standard things. The defense would be over here arguing that they didn't do a thorough case if they just completely assumed that Brian was telling the truth.
And as an experienced police officer, you know that to sometimes be true, correct?
Sometimes.
People don't believe you when you say something happened, correct?
Objection.
Overruled, but I am having a little hard time. I don't know if it's the monitor or the tone or the largeness of this room, so keep your voice up. And if you can on the microphone, I know you like to move around.
Maybe I should just stay right here.
It's all right. You can move around. I just need you to keep your voice up.
Thank you, Judge. You know, sir, that in investigations, for instance, for a missing person, people don't believe the person that they might think is responsible, correct?
I've always been under the premise of trust but verify.
Trust but verify. Okay.
Same thing I do with my kids. And my credit statement.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Well, that was interesting.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so we are done with the first witness.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth calls Trooper Nicholas Garino.
Oh, good Lord. And French, I'm just waiting to see what the state brings forward as to evidence. By the end of the state's case, if I feel like they don't have enough evidence, I will call it like I see it. But right now, I didn't look thoroughly into this case, so I don't know what all the state is going to be presenting. Part of it, is because I do like to have sort of the same perspective as the jurors, but also I am extremely busy, so there are a lot of trials, and I am not able to keep up with all of them. So your guess is as good as mine. I mean, I'm taking notes, and I'm trying to just look at this like a juror. And, trying to just take it from there and be snarky. So I really don't have a dog in this fight as far as, do I think so-and-so? I'm just, look, it doesn't look good on just the, level observation, but I want the state to prove to me and bring their best information and evidence so that, I as a fake juror can, try to, play juror at home and go through everything that's been shown and see if I think it. I mean, if at the end of the state's case, I don't think that they've had enough, I will let you know. I did in the Christopher Wolfenberger case. So that's kind of what you can expect for a trial with me. At least, I'll call balls and strikes and make fun of everyone. Oh, he's still busted up.
Are you standing face the clock for me?
Good morning, sir. And you may proceed.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Now I'm going to get this pre-rant out of the way. I flippin' flapjack dislike this gentleman to the depths of my soul, and I'll give you an itemized reason. His ridiculousness in the Karen Reed case, which doesn't scorch my grits as much as the next one. The absolute shambolic way that this man handled the Sarah Birchmore digital information should preclude him from ever having anything close to a BlackBerry and touching anyone's case ever again. The fact that he was able to lose just in the thousands, in the double-digit thousands, text messages and a bunch of stuff in the Sarah Birchmore case. This man is infuriating. Massachusetts, could you find any flippin' flapjack? I would even take Ian Whiffen, from the Karen Reed case, or that woman who wore the fancy, the scarf and had the really red lipstick on after lunch, to talk about digital evidence other than this man. But I will try to be objective. I just had to get that rant out because, okay, we're done.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name, sir?
Nicholas Garino, Guarino.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper?
A little over 10 years now.
And what is your current assignment?
Currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you been assigned there?
November 2019, so 6 years-ish, about that.
And what are your responsibilities at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do digital.
I love that she's talking to him like he's in a special needs kindergarten. Oh, and how long have you been a police officer? Do they let you, like Barney Fife, have, a freedom seat as long as you put it in your pocket? This is the one place I will allow upspeak. It usually bothers the ever-living snot out of me, but this is the type of man that needs to be upspoken to.
Forensics and a sexual assault investigator, as well as assist on homicide cases and narcotics cases.
Trooper, you're currently on a medical leave due to a work-related injury, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you tell this jury about your educational background?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College. I have 2 bachelor's degrees in criminal justice and mass communications.
And can you also tell the jury about any kind of specialized training that you have in forensic examinations in order to be a forensic examiner?
So I've taken numerous Cellbrite classes. They're 40-hour certification courses, as well as other online trainings with National White Collar Crime and Magna Forensics, which is another forensic company, and Burla Motor Vehicle Forensics.
So I'm going to ask you a little bit about those. What is Cellbrite?
Cellbrite is specialized software and hardware to download and extract data from digital devices.
And Cellbrite is the name of the company?
Yes, it is.
Okay, we are going to speed through this.
Okay.
What is Cellbrite?
And do you have
Because Hagatha the Leg is like, nah, we're done.
You take a test to show. Yes. There's a Norwood police officer.
Okay,
All right, support, please.
wait a minute. What happened here?
Your Honor, would this be a time that you'd like me to stop before I begin the full examination for the break?
Sure. Jurors, we're going to take the morning break, and we'll see you back in about 20 to 30 minutes.
All right, support, please.
And there is a method
Follow me.
to my madness for starting a little later. We are going to zoom through the break. I know you guys are missing Ceiling Fan, Celine Dion, her distant cousin, but I like being able to skip through breaks.
Location.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Trooper Greeno, were you working on Sunday, January 8th, 2023?
Yes, I was.
And were you assisting with the execution of a search warrant at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset?
Yes.
And what was your assignment at that execution of the search warrant?
I was assisting with the search of the home, and if any digital devices were located, I was to take them and put them into evidence bags and then hold on to them to transport back to the DA's office.
Okay. And what digital devices in general did you seize that day?
There were 3 MacBooks, 2 iPhones, and 3 iPads.
Thank you. And were pictures taken during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, there was a member of Crime Scene Services there photographing where we found items.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to show pictures and publish them to the jury. They've been previously marked and agreed to by the defense.
How many?
It's a very good question, Your Honor.
Oh my gosh, that's such a Mo answer. Like, crap, I had not studied for that.
3 through 78, so court reporter has been nice enough to count for me, and we believe that's 16.
All right, so 16 photos, and they are all of digital devices or electronic devices, or they have other things as well?
They are of the electronic devices in the home and then of just the electronic devices separately.
All right. And the defense has agreed to those?
Yes.
All right, great. They're now in evidence as items, exhibits 63 through 78, now in evidence.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. At this time, I'd like to have Exhibit 63, 7179. Thank you.
Okay, this woman could just read the phone book to me. She has a very calming voice. When she's not doing the slight inflection at the end for upspeak, but she does. She kind of reminds me of Dictionary Diva with a slight Midwest, like just a little bit of her Minnesota in there, which is odd because this is in Massachusetts.
Trooper Greeno, can you tell me what that is a photograph of?
Yes, this is the kitchen area. On the kitchen table, there's a red iPhone 13 mini and an Apple iPad. I believe that's the 6 mini.
Ms. Gilman, can you zoom in?
Yeah. Yeah, iPad 6 mini. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And is there a cover on the phone?
Yes, there's the green cover, and you can see the red at the charging port.
Thank you very much. I'd ask for the next exhibit, that being 647208. Can you tell me what this is a photograph of?
This is the, if you want to call it a dining room or eat-in nook on the table. There's 2 MacBooks and a third inside that manila folder.
Ms. Gilman, I'd ask that you zoom in on this, please.
Now, I'm not a geniusologist, but as a person who just recently bought a new laptop, MacBooks are hella expensive. And they have 3 of them? Good Lord.
So,
Trooper Greeno, can you explain that, please?
yes, so the bottom left is a gray MacBook. Next to that is another pinkish MacBook, and inside the manila folder with the charging cable, there's another MacBook inside that.
Thank you. I'd ask for the next exhibit, that being Exhibit 65.
Is no one going to ask the obvious question, but rather, well, absolutely insane? It's January at the time they're taking this photo. Why is there still a Halloween pumpkin on the table? Like, look, my house is a hot mess, but we have at least gotten rid of the pumpkins that we had for Halloween. So I do feel better about myself slightly and my ability to clean my house based on these crime scene photos.
Exhibit, that being Exhibit 65. 7414. What is this, Trooper?
This is that pinkish MacBook that was inside the manila folder.
Where is he getting pinkish?
That was on the dining room table?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And these are all where you initially found those devices?
That's correct.
Thank you. Looking at the next exhibit, Exhibit 66, 7304. Could I please have that? What is this a photograph of, Trooper?
This is the upstairs master bedroom. On the bed, there's the iPhone SE that's plugged into the wall.
And could you zoom in, please? And is that how you found that device?
That's correct.
Thank you. Looking at Exhibit 7637, could you please show that? What is this a photograph of?
This was an Apple iPad, I believe it was 9th gen version. The crib was over it. We could see it stuck under the crib, so we just pulled it out so it could be photographed better.
Could I now please have Exhibit 31, which is already in evidence? What is this a photograph of, Trooper?
This was another Apple iPad that was in the, I believe it's the upstairs children's bedroom.
Could I please have Exhibit?
I hope someone invested in Apple in this family. Hell, they probably increased the stock prices by themselves.
Exhibit 68, photo 7436. Trooper, could you tell me what this is?
That's the same iPad. We just opened the case to show that the screen had been damaged.
And that's why it was hidden. Guarantee you, we had a pad that looked distinctly similar to this that we did find hidden. It disappeared. We looked all over because I am a chaos demon, and as much as I endeavor to put things back in their appropriate place, I end up not doing that. But can confirm this is an iPad that has seen wild feral children. Ask me how I know.
What did you do with those items after you identified them in the house at the search warrant?
So I placed these items into brown evidence bags and put the information on the front of the bag. And then once we had finished doing the search of the home, I transported all of these items back to the Norfolk DA's office to our digital evidence lab.
And what is the digital evidence lab at the Norfolk District Attorney's office?
So at the DA's office, we have a secure digital evidence lab that's a key card and that has an alarm on the door. So only select few can get in there so we can store digital evidence.
It's also magical in that when a phone in a case related to an officer that we know goes into our digital forensic lab at Norfolk, it naturally disappears. Yeah, I'm still salty about the Birchmore thing, sir. You can go ahead and get off the stand if it were up to me, because I don't take anything you say as any level of expertise. But, you know, I'm not the judge of Massachusetts.
Evidence to keep it powered on or so we don't lose any information.
And what is in the lab itself?
There's 2 forensic machines, our secure server, and a 3rd computer, and then as well as a Mac PC computer and our gray key.
And who specifically has access to that lab?
At that time, it was myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and the civilian director of our lab, Samantha Vogt.
And what did you do next after you got to the lab?
The items were photographed, and we created with our case management for the digital evidence, we created a case number for it.
What was that case number?
2023-003.
Then what happened?
With the devices themselves?
In general.
Before you looked at the devices themselves.
Yeah. So obviously we had all these devices. We had to write search warrants. And once the search warrants were signed, then we were able to process the digital items.
So you wrote search warrants for the contents of the devices?
That's correct.
And when were those search warrants signed for the contents of the devices?
January 10th of 2023.
I now want to show you photographs and ask if you can identify, well, I want to show you those so that you can identify them for the jury. looking at what's been marked as Exhibit 69.
Giggity.
What is this?
So this is the black iPhone SE. On the back is our label that we created. It says 2023-0003 is an extra zero. _1, showing that's the first item of this case.
And 70 next, please.
This is the front of that same iPhone.
Going to 71.
This is the gray MacBook, item number 3. As you can see the _3, and it says the model and serial number.
72.
Just a wider version of the same MacBook.
Ms. Gilman, 73, please.
This looks kind of gold, but I believe this is the same gray MacBook, just the cover.
Ms. Gilman, if you could now go to 74.
This is the iPhone 13 mini, item number 5.
And the case has been taken off of that now.
That's correct.
75, please, Ms. Gilman.
And that is the front of the device.
76, please.
It's to show that the phone is the passcode, it's locked.
Same device.
Same device, yes.
77, please.
Again, front of the phone showing that it was still active and getting messages.
And 78, please.
This is the Apple iPad Mini 6, I believe, item number 7. It says, again, shows the model and serial number of the device.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. So all of those devices and all of the devices that you see is pursuant to a search warrant at the Walshe home at 516 Chief Justice Highway in Cohasset were all Apple products. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what are Apple devices?
Apple devices, they're just a brand of digital devices, phones, MacBooks, iPads, they're all electronic devices.
That's the manufacturer?
That's correct.
What is an Apple ID?
So the Apple ID is a personalized ID for your Apple devices that can be used to download apps, go to the App Store, download music, movies, whatever you please.
What does a person use their Apple ID for?
As I said, to download items, set up the accounts, it's usually an email address, and then they're able to sync other devices with it if need be.
Can a person have more than one Apple ID?
Registered to a device, yes.
How can an Apple device be secured?
Either Face ID or 4 or 6-digit passcode, or alphanumeric as well.
What is a web browser?
The web browser is whatever program you're using to view the internet, whether it be Microsoft Edge, Safari, Google Chrome.
You mentioned Safari. What specifically is Safari?
So Safari is Apple's web browser that they have installed on all of their devices.
Can other web browsers be used with Apple devices?
Yes.
So I want to talk now about forensically examining devices. When did you begin forensically extracting or making forensic copies of the devices that you seized from the house with the search warrant?
After the search warrants were signed, the 10th we began extracting, but we're limited to one gray key machine, so we have to place one on it, download it, and then we can swap the devices to the next and so forth until we get through everything.
And did any other troopers assist you with the extraction or copying of the devices?
Yes. Detective Lieutenant Ed Keefe, Lieutenant Sean Quirk, and Trooper Connor Keefe were all assisting.
you discussed Trooper Connor Keefe before, but who are Lieutenant Sean Quirk and Detective Lieutenant Ed Keefe?
At the time, both of them were part of the cybercrime unit for the Mass State Police.
In general, what is a forensic copy of a device?
When we create a digital copy of the device, it's all the information that we're able to obtain from the device that we can work from as to not use the device itself.
I feel like these are questions that you would be asked multiple times if you were, in fact, a digital forensics expert for Norfolk County. You would think you would constantly be, or this wouldn't be your first trial. And you would be able to kind of spit out these answers. You can tell, like, when an expert is kind of used to going over their CV or things like that, or having to kind of field these foundational questions. It shouldn't be this hard is essentially what I'm saying. It shouldn't take that much mental, work. It should be kind of something you know by rote by now. Not like, well, forensic copies are when you take the forensics and you copy them.
And change anything in it. So we always work from that copy to make sure that nothing's changed for, if we have to ever re-image it or if the item's returned, we won't have the device in our hands.
How do you keep from changing the data on the original device when you're making a forensic copy?
We employ write blockers. Write is in like WRITE writing. So we can't write to the device. It only writes from the device. So it's a one-way street. That way we can get the information and not change anything on the devices themselves.
And where is the original device kept after it has been forensically copied?
If the item was given on consent, we'll return it as soon as possible. If it's evidence, then it'll get tagged with an evidence number and placed into our evidence room.
So now I want to talk about the MacBook, the item number 3 that was labeled, the gray MacBook.
Lord, I wish, because this hurts my ADHD soul when we have to go through, now what is DNA? And we have to bring in Bill Nye the Science Guy to explain what deoxyribonucleic acid is. And yeah, no, I wish we could get over this, but we can't, apparently.
How did you make a forensic copy of the MacBook?
So for MacBooks, we can't use Gray Key, so we have to use, I use Cellbrite Digital Collector. It's basically a write blocker that plugs into the MacBook itself, and we're able to do a live acquisition of the device to a separate hard drive, creating a copy of everything that's there.
So after you make a copy, then what do you do?
I place that onto our external storage device for the Apple system that we had.
And then what do you do?
And then we'll load it into whatever forensic program we're going to.
I wish I had the clip handy, but oh my God, I feel like I'm stuck in Dude, Where's My Car? And then, no, we don't want any more. We're done. And then, Lord, I'm going to go into PTSD from cell brightness. Karen Reed, it is too soon. # too soon.
So for the MacBooks, I used Axiom program made by Magnet Forensics.
And did you ensure, again, that you used a write blocker for this as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And what did you do with the MacBook after the data had been extracted before you began to analyze?
It was placed back into evidence.
And where is that MacBook, the original MacBook that was taken from the Walshe residence? Where is that right now?
It's at the Norfolk DA's office in our evidence room.
What was the date range? Sorry about that. What was the date range that the search warrant allowed you to examine on that MacBook?
December 25th of 2022 to January 8th of 2023 when we seized the device.
And you said that you used Magnet's Forensic Axiom?
Yeah, Magnet Forensics Axiom is the name of their program to view the hard drive contents.
And did that allow you to determine if there was an Apple ID associated with that MacBook computer?
Yes, it did.
And was there an Apple ID associated with the computer?
Yes, it was brw@tensaleconsulting.com.
And was there a name associated with the device?
Yes, Brian's MacBook.
How is data stored on a MacBook computer?
Similar to a PC, they have a hard drive or solid state drive. The information just gets saved to the hard drive.
So what do you mean that it's saved on the hard drive? Is it in components on the hard drive? Is it specialized in the hard drive?
All right, we're skipping how computers work, and here, even though I need this class remedially, look, there's a reason I never took any computer classes.
Is whatever, it's like Google, Bing, whatever you go to search whatever search term.
So I think it's Magnum Forensic or Magnet Forensic. But I think that's the name of the company. And then it's the Axiom product, or Axiom is the name of the company, and Magnum or Magnet Forensics. I don't know. He doesn't enunciate. Yeah. See, I am a fickle person. What is a search engine, dear Lord?
And an internet history.
As I said, the search.
To January 8th of 2023.
Finally,
were
praise
you
Jesus.
able to compile the Safari internet search history from the MacBook, which was labeled in your lab as item number 3?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to create a physical printout binder of that?
Yes, that's what this is here.
Ladies, watch out. He has a binder and he's not afraid to use it. 3 inches.
Your Honor, that has been pre-marked as exhibit number 79, this binder.
Are you offering it?
I am offering it as the next exhibit, please.
I'll see counsel at the side of the bench.
Fair point. Sidebar, 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 sidebar. Oh, he's writing notes. Fancy pen. I want that pen. I have pen envy. Freud was wrong. I don't have penis envy. I have pen envy. If only he had got it right. Longest sidebar ever. You can't tell I have ADHD. I'm like, good Lord, could we speed this up? Ooh, well, that's a whole different story then.
Noting the defense's objections and the ruling I made at the side of the bench, that exhibit will be marked and is now in evidence as exhibit 79.
79, please.
That's item 3.
Okay, no, we need to have a talk. Madams, ladies, holders of fallopian tubes. Hell, it's 2025. I don't even know what the hell to call us anymore. Might I offer a humble piece of advice from those of us who are not trying to create the early aughts, late 90s. You can, in fact, contour along your jawline, but you want to blend that in. You want to blend that line in. Blend it in. Softer colors. Just throwing it out there in case you don't want to relive the late 90s, early aughts. I didn't think personally it was a good look for anyone to have foundation that never matched anything on their body. But if you feel, perfectly smexy, then I say go for it. Let's go, Brandon. Thank you for the super chat. Golfer mentality, thin to win. Let's see it play out. Well, buckle your seat, guys, because we're about to get into what Brian searched on, sadly, not Ask Jeeves. I want Jeeves back. I felt bougie when I had my own server that was like, how may I help you? And it was, a little butler. I felt all bougie. Now I'm like, I want Jeeves back.
That is for the record. It's the item 3 extraction report, the gray MacBook Pro.
Major Mom, I do believe so, but I am as technically advanced as your Aunt Judith with a jitterbug. I can barely work my new remote control for my TV, so maybe is my solid answer on that.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that item 79 be published to the jury through the screens now, because it's so big.
All right,
And-
so jurors, can everyone, I know that you can all see because you would have raised your hand previously, but previously we've been looking at documents and they've been zooming in. Anybody having any difficulty? Or number 9, you're probably the farthest away from the screen. Yeah. You all set? All right, same for juror number 1. Good. All right, let me know if that changes. Go right ahead.
Thank you very much.
I do like that the judge is taking time to make sure that the jurors can see. This setup is odd. I've never seen a defense directly behind the state before. I don't know if this was just a smaller courtroom, but it is kind of oddly set up the way they have things. So making sure that the jurors can see. This judge runs a pretty strict court, and I like it.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask now that we show page 526 of the binder, marked Exhibit 79. Trooper, what does URL mean?
The URL is the website
not that one.
that the user is
Dang it.
on.
And what is the last visited date and time?
That is the last time the user had accessed the website.
And what is UTC?
UTC is a worldwide time code to make it easier when we look at devices. So we would have to minus 5 hours to get to Eastern Standard Time. So if you look here where it says last date and time visited, UTC-0500.
I need my glasses on.
Showing that I've minus the 5 hours.
So the software has done that for us. You've
focus,
checked off
thank
something, so the
Jesus.
software does that.
Yes, that's correct. Because during the summertime, it would be minus 4 hours. So we want to make sure we're in the right time zone.
What is the title?
Title is the name of the website. If you looked at the top of the web browser bar, that would be the title.
And who created the title of the web page?
That's done automatically through the website.
What is the visit count?
Visit counts how many times the user has visited that website.
Note to self, clear my history because I look up a lot of random things for cases. My history is cursed.
What is the visit source?
So the visit source is where the source of the information was pulled from. So this one here says locally browsed. That means it originated on this MacBook.
What is source? Not visit source, just source.
So the source shows the APFS container is the hard drive. And it has a string of numbers and letters, users, Walshe, library, Safari. So it's showing where in the database it's pulling this information from.
And that's that.
Same.
So I can see it says history.db that you had previously told us about.
Yes, so it's going down folder wise. So the library is the main folder, then it'll go into the Safari folder, and then the history database of Safari.
What is location?
Location, again, is it's the location of the items in that database, where they're located in it.
Specifically within the History DB database or whatever database it is?
That's correct.
Hey, prosecutor, he's supposed to be your expert. You shouldn't have to be sending him life preservers and softballs on, where things go. To the thing.
What is what is evidence number? I think I skipped over that.
I thought she was going to say, what is recovery? And his answer was going to be, I'm only on the first step. I've accepted I have a problem. I'm kind of stuck there, like me and caffeine.
Sorry.
Yeah, the evidence number is just the name of the disk, the hard drive, the image that we created.
Because this is a forensic software.
Yes.
Okay. What is recovery method?
The recovery method is how the information was pulled from the data extraction. So there's two options, parsing or carving. Parsing just pulls the immediate information that the tool sees, where carve goes deeper into the database to try to find stuff to pull the information. It's just different locations and different means of getting the information so I can see it.
What is item ID?
The item ID is the ID number for this whole image we're seeing.
Now, often there are two records with the same time when you go down in the records.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see the exact same time. Why is that?
So this one here shows parsing. If you scroll down to record 1953, it's the same date and time stamp as the top one. It's just the recovery method is showing carving. So it's gone to a different area of the database and pulled it from a different location.
So does that mean that the search was done twice?
Nope. It's just how Apple has a program to store information.
Okay. Can you give us an analogy about that? Can you explain why that is?
Oh God, no, please no, not the pizza pancake waffle. No, I can't do it again. Look, I refuse to send you Massachusetts my therapy bills after the last you all trying to explain digital crap. No.
Is it like a...
Yeah, so if you think of databases, if you're familiar with like Excel spreadsheets, that's basically all this is.
Wait a minute, I've made an executive decision. My children are home, everyone's locked in the snow. I'm cursing.
Different rows and
Curse
columns
words,
of
we're
information.
3 hours in.
And it's where the software is pulling the information from. It's different rows and columns, that's all.
Thank you. So I'd like to look at page 526, record 1952. What is the title?
Best ways to dispose of a body - Google search.
What time and date?
This is done on January 1st, 2023 at 4:52:16 a.m.
And that's Eastern Standard Time.
That's correct.
What is the URL?
I'll just do the beginning part. It shows www.google.com/search with the query equals best plus way plus to dispose of a body, showing the client Safari, and then it has a whole list of letters and numbers and everything else after.
And what does that mean?
Who the hell knows?
Well, that shows that the search was done through Google, and the query words where it says Q equals best way to dispose of a body, that means that the user input those specific terms and hit enter to create the search to happen.
Okay. So beginning at page 527, if we look at record 1956. See that?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And then if we go to page 533, record 1, to page 533, record
1980.
Okay, these two together are weaponized kryptonite for my ADHD. Good Lord. There is not enough Adderall in all of Canada to make these two listenable. Dear Lord.
Let me just check it. $19.81. Can you explain what the pages are in the title? Can you tell me the title?
Yes, so the title for this one is 10 Ways to Dispose of a Dead Body, in parentheses, if you really need to. It says dash page 6. So that page 6 means they're on the 6th page of the website. So the website will break it down so you're not scrolling a million pages long. So you're usually at the end of the page, you'll see next page, you'll click that and it goes to the next part of the website for the story or however it goes. So that page 6 indicates that they're on the 6th page of the website, and they do this for
indicates that the first 5 options were not, anything that Brian thought he could do.
advertising reasons and, like I said, keeping things short or concise.
So earlier in the records, if we had started at page 527, 1956, that was page 527, 1956 was just regular.
Yes, that's doesn't have a page number, but it looks like it's the opening page to the website for whataculture.com, offbeat 10 Ways to Dispose of a Body.
And then if we went to 528, 1962, what would the title be?
10 Ways to Dispose of a Body, if you really need to, dash page 2, the 2nd page of the article.
Okay. So what does that indicate?
That the user clicked to go to that next page, showing that.
Ma'am, I will be filing something with Geneva and the Human Rights Council of the UN if we are going through every page in this godforsaken binder in this fashion. I will file on behalf of the jury and the streaming public a class action lawsuit because no one can handle this.
Also that the visit count is 4, so it's per the user's been there before.
Thank you. Looking at page 534, record 1986. What is the title?
How long before a body starts to smell? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 4:55:25 a.m.
And what does Google search indicate there to you?
Again, that the user input how long before before a body starts to smell and did the actual web search.
Looking at page 547, record 2029.
Oh, dear God, we are going through every single one in this
What is the
fashion.
title?
How long for someone to be missing to inheritance? Yahoo search results.
What time and date?
Please, wait, let's hear how long he waited before he looked at how he could cash in.
That was on January 1st, 2023 at 6:24:44 a.m.
Almost 2 hours. He didn't think about life insurance for almost 2 hours.
And what does Yahoo search results indicate?
This was done on a Yahoo search engine.
So you previously explained Google search. Can you explain Yahoo search?
It's the same thing. It's just a different search engine that the user can utilize to search whatever they're looking for.
Looking at page 543, record 2014. Can you tell me what that title is?
It's the same whataculture.com article, 10 ways to dispose of a dead body. If we really need to, page 7.
And what is the time and date for this?
January 1st, 2023 at 5:47:38 a.m.
So what does this indicate?
Again, a user had physically gone to page 7 of this article on the website.
And is this at a different time than had gone to the article pages 1 through 6 that we previously saw?
Yes, I believe there was a 45 or an hour difference.
And if we go to page 545 and 545 into 546, what page does this article end on?
Record 2023 shows it at page 11. Yeah, does it go to the following page? Yeah, that's where it ends. Yeah, page 11 at 5:48:22 a.m.
And what is the significance of that, seeing that page 11?
As I said, that the user physically went 11 pages deep into this article.
Would you say he went balls deep into the article? Good Lord, let's look, I'm trying to make it fun, y'all. This is like watching paint dry on beige.
Looking at page 547, record 2031, what is the title?
How long for someone to be missing to be dead? Yahoo search results.
What time and date?
I'm guessing that question was in how long how long does a person have to be missing before they can be declared dead?
January 1st, 2023 at 6:25:17 a.m.
Looking at page 563, record 2082. What is the title?
The title is Tishman Spire, Washington, D.C. Head, Yahoo search results.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 7:44:46 a.m.
And you are familiar with these searches. There are multiple searches about Tishman Spire, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what is the title of the search on page 567, record 2096?
This is Lowe's dash Google search.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 7:48:04 a.m.
What is the title on page 576, record 2125?
Is this why it's going to take 3 weeks?
2125, 576.
Should be down further.
You have a point.
Sorry, Ms. Gilman, I know I'm asking a lot.
It is afternoon.
Thank you.
But I've only
What is the
had
title?
2 protein shakes, so probably not a
Title is
great idea.
How long does DNA last, which is a Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:33:49 a.m.
Trooper,
The answer to that question, how long does DNA last? Surprisingly longer than you think. How do I know I have 6 kids? Next question.
what is,
Object, Judge, in this, from the sidebar first.
Yes.
Sidebar, 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 sidebar. Maybe he's objecting on our behalf because he's bored too. He's like, look, we'll stipulate.
I think we were at record number 2125, page 578.
Yes. If we could please have record 2125 on page 578. And for the record, we're showing a PDF, which is the same version.
Trooper, could you man spread any further? Now, normally I'm not a third wave feminist, so I don't give a crap if dudes, tend to sit with their legs spread apart. Not having testicles, I can imagine they would get, uncomfortable if you tried to cross your leg. So I really don't have an issue. I just don't like this guy, so I'm going to point out that I'm sure you don't need to spread your legs that incredibly far.
That the printed out version of the exhibit, which the jury will have.
All right.
Thank you. What is the title on page 578, record 2125?
How long does DNA last? Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:33:49 a.m.
And there is a line, redirect URL. What is that?
So if you look at the redirect URL is when you explain this.
I'm listening.
You're going to a website and you click on it, but it redirects you to a separate, not a separate website, but something similar. So if you look, it says, slate.news, it's an article, but it says, is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? So it's similar search terms, but not exactly what you search. So it's redirecting you to similar items. The website's doing that, I should say. It's not the user doing it.
So the browser is sending you to a suggested website?
That's correct. So
It's like magic.
I'm sure people have done this. Those who haven't, that when you go to type in something in your phone or your MacBook, it gives you those suggested terms. That's similar to what this is.
Thank you. So if we look at record 2127 on that same page, 578, what is the title?
I keep getting the sinking realization that we are going through this entire girthy 3-inch binder like this. So we are going to be going through every page in this monotonous order. And if I am a juror at this point, I don't like this. It's even though I obsessively take notes, I tend to lose paying attention by the time they get to the title because of 27 other stupid questions she asks. Had they been able to use a demonstrative, maybe the defense didn't want them to use one. But good night, nurse. This is going to kill my ADHD.
Sorry, 2127 you said?
Yes, please.
Sorry. Is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? ?
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:34:39 a.m.
Did the user go directly there or was the user redirected?
From this, it looks that the user was redirected from the original search term items that they put in.
And did the user stay on that website?
It shows visit count 1. If you can go down just to the next couple, I could tell time difference wise. Down one more. The next search is done approximately a minute later. So it would stand that this website was up for a short amount of time and then the next search was done.
Y'all, my heart is golden. My Kindle Unlimited and my search history need Jesus, all right? That's what I say. Also, my Audible. My Audible needs all the Jesus.
So what does that mean?
They were there for about a minute, and then the next search comes in at 9:35:52.
Thank you. What is the title on page 579, record 2129?
Can identification be made on partial human remains? Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:35:52 a.m.
What is the title on page 583, record 2141?
How to dispose of a cell phone, Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:59:25 a.m.
What is the title on page 584, record 2144?
It was Chloe and Huck.
How to dispose of a computer, Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:59:55 a.m.
What is the title on page 589, record 2159?
I am a user on my wife's credit card. She is missing. Can I still use the card? Google search.
My wife is missing. Can I please steal her money? How slong to get away with red rum? I know. How slong to cut up a body? What in the search of premeditation? I mean, at this point, he should just be asking, does Massachusetts have, corporal punishment?
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:29:16 a.m.
What is the title on page 591, record 2166?
My wife is missing. What should I do? Google search.
God dang it, this is just as dumb as Sarah Boone saying they were playing hide and seek. My youngest, most feral, still brings that up. He seems to believe that I live perpetually in Sarah Boone land. So he's like, are you still on that dumb hide and seek case? That's really stupid. That lady is dumb. Don't use Google to premeditate anything. And if you do, use a VPN and incognito.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:29:59 a.m.
Public libraries exist.
What is the title on page 592 into 593, record 2170?
Yeah.
Okay, no, please let one of the searches be, please order, or how to order O.J. Simpson's If I Did It book for science. Please tell me he did that. It would make my day.
Title is Your Spouse is Missing and You Want a Divorce / Hello Divorce.
What is the time and date?
Your spouse is missing. Like Sarah Boone, she sucks at hide and seek. How do you get a divorce? These are all super-de-duper normal things to ask after asking how to dispose of a body and remove DNA from a knife.
January 1st, 2023 at 10:49 a.m.
What is the title on page 596, record 2185?
Ways to dispose of body parts after murder. Yahoo search results.
What is the time and date?
Fazoli's.
January 1st, 2023, 11:28:43 a.m.
What is the title on page 597, record 2189?
6 ways to dispose of a body - murder.
And what is the URL?
www.murdermurdermurder.com/blog. 2017 522 6 ways to dispose of a body.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:28:47 a.m.
What is the title on page 596, record 2193?
Tentacle porn. Plushies. American Pie reruns. Whatever happened to Stifler? What's going
Patrick
on?
Kearney, Google search.
Did you review that search?
Yes, I did.
Who is Patrick Kearney?
He is he was named the trash bag killer. He would murder victims and throw their corpses away into trash bags.
What is the time and date?
Objection.
You want to be heard?
Yes.
Let's see at the side.
Sidebar, 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 sidebar. Interesting that this would be a search that he objected to bringing in sort of the things, because again, it shows a level of premeditation to, maybe dismember and have it look like Anna was a victim of this particular trash bag killer who I'd never heard of. And I thought I had an encyclopedic, and I do mean encyclopedic, knowledge of, serial unalivers. Yeah, I wonder if that's a special care thing. I mean, I have a special wash I'm supposed to use for my wigs and a special detangling product along with special brushes. I wonder if there are special care things like how to red rum with hair plugs. I don't know. It would be a specific sort of niche information set. Good Lord, we are sidebarring straight to plaid. Oh.
For purposes of the question that was asked, I'm going to strike the last characterization of Mr. Kearney or the article being that about an individual, Mr. Kearney, that killed people and put them back. That's stricken from the record.
Okay, so it looks like the objection was the characterization of how Patrick Kearney, I guess, disposed of his victims. I guess that was out of order, that he chopped them up and put them in bags. Look, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just vaguely guessing at some of these things, though I'm sure that Emily D. Baker or any other qualified lawyer who is covering this for LawTube could answer your question if you want to pop over there. Look, no shame. If I don't know the answer to something, I'd rather you get it, answered by someone who's qualified.
Looking at page 6.
Okay, but Sniper Hunter, I will only approve the John Lovitz playing him if he plays it like he's playing the critic. Look, I love John Lovett, the critic, best cartoon ever. I didn't realize I probably shouldn't have been watching it at 10. I do get a lot more of the jokes now, but it was a great, great cartoon. Not as kid-friendly as I thought it was when I was watching it at 10.
03, record 2207. Can you tell me what the title is?
Cleaning up a dead body / Wired YouTube. So it shows a YouTube video.
There is not a flippin' flapjack tutorial on how to clean a dead daggone body. Here I'm just looking up how to contour and do things that are vaguely girlish, like, makeup. Whole new world is opening up for, what in the cringe-larious clips.
Just gonna say, what is YouTube?
YouTube is a video website where companies can upload
YouTube is as ho. That is the answer to that.
whatever videos they want.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:41:50 a.m.
What is the title on page 605, record 20 214.
How to clean blood from a wood floor, Google search.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:44:32 a.m.
And then page 609, record 2229. What is the title?
Can I use bleach to clean my wood floors from blood stains, Google search.
And what is the date and time?
I'm not a constructionologist, but I'm going to guess no for bleach on hardwood. For any cleaning, I don't think that bleach would be appropriate on hardwood floors, but I'm not Susie Homemaker. I was more Roseanne as a housewife, so I don't know.
January 1st, 2023 at 11:05 a.m.
And what is the title on page 638, record 2321?
You said the title? Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, the title.
What does bleach do to dead bodies, Google search.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:10:07 p.m.
What is the title on page 647, record 2351?
Want to get away with murder? ? Use special detergent / Discover magazine.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:18:03 p.m.
What is the title on page 650, record 2364?
Is it better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them? Google search.
And what is the time?
I do wonder what the Tide ladies would say about that.
And date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:21:39 p.m.
What is the title on page 657, record 2386?
How to use hydrogen peroxide on bloodstains, Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:48:14 p.m.
And what is the title directly below that, record 2387?
How to clean bloodstains with hydrogen peroxide - YouTube. Meaning it's a video of those search terms.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:48:43 p.m.
What is the title on page 659, record 2394?
Should I use hydrogen peroxide 8 on bloodstains in concrete? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:53:44 p.m.
What is the title on page 665, record 2413?
Can the FBI tell when you accessed your phone? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 1:43:02 p.m.
Hey, Brian, guess what? The answer is yes. Yes, they can. I'm glad you asked these questions, though.
What is the title on page 670, record 2430?
Does the dishwasher clean blood? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 1:52:26 p.m.
What is the title on page 671, record 2433.
Is it possible that a knife which had blood on it remains contaminated with HIV after it has been washed with hot water and dishwasher soap, Quora,
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023, 1:52:57 p.m.
What is the title on page 693, record 2502?
How to remove a SIM card from an iPhone, Yahoo search.
What time and date?
January 2nd, 2023 at 2 o'clock in the morning, a.m.
And what follows that search, record 2503?
The Apple support website, remove or switch the SIM card in your
Well, Jedi Jess, I'm wondering if he didn't find a specific or didn't want to specifically search for murder, so came up with something clever. That's my only guess, but he hasn't shown any cleverness in wanting to, hide or obfuscate these searches. So I am wondering, based on that question alone, and this is speculation, okay, I've got the speculation hat on, if he found out about the affair. I mean, I do find it odd the way the defense is going out of their way to deny that Brian came into knowledge of the affair. In fact, I mean, we've only seen them cross one witness, but he spent a lot of the time trying to portray Brian as having no idea that Anna was in an affair. It seems like a weird thing to kind of quibble about. I mean, I know that it does, if he finds out about the affair, it does, give the state a theory to push forward about him finding out and something happening. But the fact that he did add HIV in there does make my speculative mind wonder if he did find out about the attack. And since he cut his hands in, fear for himself, he was like, oh God, if she's cheating, she's a cheating cheater, I've cut my hands while dismembering her. Could I get the HIV? The way this case is, though, Massachusetts was built on top of a pet cemetery or ancient alien burial ground and is cursed, is all I can figure. When you try to use logic, it just never seems to pan out. So your guess is as good as mine about the HIV inclusion.
iPhone-Apple support.
And what is the date and time for that?
January 2nd, 2023, 2 a.m. in 15 seconds.
What is the title on page 694, record 2507?
How to remove a hard drive from an Apple laptop, Yahoo search results.
And what is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:01:19 a.m.
What is the title on page 699, record 2524?
TJ Maxx near me, Norwell, Yahoo search results.
What is the time and date?
January 2nd, 2023, 5:24:08 a.m.
What is the title on page 717, record 2580?
How long do stores keep security footage, Google search?
What is the time and date?
January 2nd, 2023, 10:32:43 a.m.
What is the title?
Now, I don't like the way we're discussing these. It's very monotonous, and I keep writing down ever more hysterical, ridiculous searches, but they're not really hitting me. So I hope that he's just the witness that is bringing in all of this, and then someone else is going to, kind of make this into a demonstrative, or I'll even allow a PowerPoint or something to kind of really clean this up, because it is hard to kind of keep track and really let kind of follow the ridiculousness of the searches that he was continuing upon when you're trying to make sure you get the timeline and the title and everything else. So it does kind of lose its impact after the 20th search title. It's just kind of normal at this point. Yeah, they probably are thinking only day 2 of 20.
On page 724 into 725, record 2608.
How to saw a body, Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:27:31 p.m.
What is the title on page 725, record 2610?
How to dismember a body, Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:27:43 p.m.
What is the title on page 730, record 2626?
Hacksaw, the best tool for dismembering a body, Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023.
Wait, how did they science out that the hacksaw is the best? I mean, honest to God, it's a legitimate question. Did they have cadavers and use different saws on them to come up with the best one? Were they like, oh no, a metal saw or a pipe saw isn't good. You should. The internet is a weird place.
12:33:48 p.m.
What is the title on page 733?
It really is.
Record 2633.
Details of dismemberment discussed in murder trial / Wayne 15.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:42:59 p.m.
What is the title on page 735, record 2638?
Can you be charged with murder without a body? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:47:01 p.m.
What is the title on page 738?
Yeah, it makes it really hard to focus on ADHD stuff because she kindly becomes like the subway person, like, want, 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 want. And then I stop paying attention. This is
Record 2647.
Murder conviction without a body - Wikipedia.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:47:10 p.m.
What is the title on page 738, record 2649?
No corpse, ? No problem. Notable murder convictions without a body - A&E True Crime.
What is the date?
no corpse, no problem.
And time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:51:47 p.m.
What is the title on page 745, record 2670?
Would the owner of a Honda, want some kind of car, 99, please come? Your headlights are still on. I mean, that's what I'm hearing.
$745,
Right
record
there.
2670.
Actually starts on 744, just so the record's clear.
Thank you very much.
Can you identify a body with broken teeth? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:12:46 p.m.
What is the title on page 746 into 747, record 2674?
Disposing of a body in the trash. Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:14:51 p.m.
What is the title on page 769, record 2747?
Chatham West Apartments Rentals, Brockton, MA, Zillow.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:34:35 p.m.
What is the title on page 777, record 2768?
The Claremont Apartments Rentals, Abington, Mass, Zillow.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:36:14 p.m.
What is the title on page 787, record 2798?
What powder mask smells the best? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January
Wait,
2nd.
what powdered what?
798.
What powder mask smells the best? Google search.
Jedi Jess, so I think that they're going to get into this later in the trial, but later on in the investigation, they found items of clothing that Brian Walsh had said were the items that Anna was wearing when he last saw her in a dumpster on one of these apartment complexes. So I believe he was looking for apartment complexes that might have dumpsters that would be located kind of near his house, but not next to his house. I think that's why he was looking at apartments, but I could be wrong. Again, that's applying logic to Massachusetts.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:51:28 p.m.
What is the title on page 797, record 2830?
Can I mix white vinegar to stop smells? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 7:09:03 p.m.
What is the title on page 798, record 2832?
Can baking soda make a dead body smell good? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:15:55 a.m.
What is the title on page 807, record 2856?
Cleaning up blood without leaving a trace, 5 tips, aftermath services.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 5:03:06 a.m.
What is the title on page 819, record 2900?
Are footprints easy to wash away? Google search.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 6:55:58 a.m.
What is the title on page 858, record 3025?
How long for a dismembered body to decompose? Yahoo search results.
House long
What
to
date and
decompose.
time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:02:23 p.m.
What is the title on page 860, record 3033?
Body found at trash station. Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:05:50 p.m.
What is the title on page 866, record 3056?
Can a body decompose in a plastic bag? Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:12:50 p.m.
What is the
Did this man watch no Law and Order in his entire life? I mean, some of these questions I would think you would have learned just from watching Hollywood. Now, Hollywood and, TV are not really good examples of real life things, but you would think, I mean, granted, I've always been enamored with true crime, and so I may have a greater knowledge base, just because of personal interest, but some of these I think would be kind of commonsensical.
title of page 888, record 3127.
JKD Buck is right, of course. If he had only ended each question with "in Minecraft," he would totally be free right now.
Can police get your search history without your computer? Google search.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 7:38 p.m.
What is the title on page 904, record 3184?
Does a cell phone track your historical location? Yahoo search results.
And what is the date and time?
January 4th, 2023, 8:55:27 a.m.
Are there any searches from January?
I need to ask, why is this going to be a 3 to 4 week trial? Probably because we're only 1 inch through the 3-inch binder. This man Google searched all the premeditated, stuff.
4th at 8:03 p.m. to January 7th at 3:58 p.m.
I don't believe so. From the MacBook on?
On the MacBook from January 4th at 8:03 p.m. on January 4th to January 7th at 3:58 p.m.
Well, this last search was done at 8:55, so it wouldn't be 8:03.
Okay, so from 8:55 p.m.
I don't believe so. I'd have to see.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Just see that there's more pages. I forget the exact dates.
Not exact dates, not in the...
Thank you. Just want to double check.
Lord in heaven, please tell me there's not 2 binders.
Thank you. There's not.
And then starting at January 7th at 3:58 p.m., what is the first search?
That's listed here. It says Chase credit card login, Google search.
And can you give us a page and a record number?
Yes. In the book, page 906, record number 3195.
Thank you.
Jedi Jess, all of it. I have, let's see, so I've got pretty much 2 full pages of just breadrum searches.
So did you look at any searches prior to January 1st?
Yes.
And I'd like to start with page 521. Looking at page 521, Ms. Gilman. Looking at 521, record 1938. I'm sorry, 1939, please. Trooper, can you tell me what time this occurred?
Yes. It says January 1st, 2023 at 3:49:39 a.m.
And can you tell me what's happening in this record number?
It shows the URL for accounts.google.com for, it's like the Gmail, a login through the web.
And going to 1940, record 1940 on the next page, that being 522, does that continue?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And going to page 524, does that continue until record 1947?
Yes, it does.
And what date and time does that end?
The last one shows January 1st, 2023, 3:50:06 a.m. And then the following is about an hour later.
Thank you. Now looking at page 225 into 226, record 825. Can you tell me the title being looked at?
Yep. It says cheating wife seduces another man to impregnate her. Scarlet Scandal, Seth Gamble, Erotica X-Pornhub.com.
I knew we were going to get to prawn eventually.
And what is the date and time?
12/27/2022, 12:06:28 a.m.
And this continues on record 826, is that correct?
Yes, it's a duplicate from the previous.
Okay. And 827, could you go down, Ms. Gilman? Could you go down, please?
It's there. It's the titles on the right there at the top.
Okay. If you could keep going down, though, please.
Not after that title. I can't hear the announcer lady say, please keep going down. My mind is too degenerate. I have the mental capacity of a 9-year-old, or possibly a 13-year-old boy. I can't, ma'am, don't say things like that. I have a very dirty mind and I can't control it.
Right. And if you could
Say
tell
click
me,
the button. Say click the button.
if you could keep going down, I'm sorry, to 828. And what is this?
It says chat with Miss_B and a live adult video chat room now.
You know what? This is our reward for having to sit through an hour and a half of the last, the monotony.
And what time is that?
12:06:28 a.m. on December 27th, 2022.
Okay. And if this continues until record 831, if you could go to 831, please, Ms. Gilman.
Please, God, be tentacles.
Is that correct with
Just need
Pornhub?
tentacles.
Trooper?
Yes, it's there for about 7 or so minutes.
Thank you.
Pornhub confirmed 7 minutes.
And page 241 to 242, record 891. What is that title, please?
Best divorce strategies for men, Yahoo search results.
And what is the date?
December 27th, 2022, 8:33:53 p.m.
And page 253, record 935. What is the title, please?
Best date to divorce for a man, Google search.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022.
Now, this is really important because the defense has claimed that Brian was fully in love with his wife, had no idea that she was cheating. And the only reason that he and Anna had even considered or thought of divorce was because he was facing those federal charges. And to protect assets against, I guess, restitution, they were going to divorce so that basically property and things could be left in Anna's name if he had to go to jail. But these searches prior to the first, which is, in the early morning hours of the first is when we believe Anna was killed. He, on the 27th, was looking for best states for, men to get good divorce rights, best, strategies for men for divorce. And the defense has made a really big deal that Brian was unaware of the cheating. He had no idea. This was a perfectly happy marriage. In fact, the only real upset in their marriage of late was the stress because Anna was, working full time in Washington, D.C., and then going home on the weekends. And the only strain in their marriage was a deep sadness that they couldn't be together. Yeah, it is an oddly specific fetish.
8:51:33 p.m.
And page 256, record 934. What is the title?
So 9:34 or 9:43?
Jedi Jess, you're right. Yeah, he couldn't move states even if he wanted to because of the federal case. He was about to be sentenced. Yeah, I don't think logic or forward planning or any planning of any kind went into this. I mean, this man is either the worst search history for an innocent man ever or all the premeditation.
943, I'm sorry.
Five best and 5 worst states to get divorced in the U.S.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:52 p.m. 8:52:39 p.m.
Thank you.
So I doubt that we'll get to cross-examination today, but expect that the defense, and I'm going to go ahead and I am expecting the defense to really hammer in on the divorce searches that were pre-January 1st, because this goes against their entire narrative that they, put out in their opening statement, that Brian was fully happily married. He was, completely blindsided with the evidence of an affair that he only learned about after his wife, after she suddenly died and he chopped her up in hysterical grief. So defense, I'm trying to call things balls and strikes the way I see them. And it seems like you were lying to me in your opening about what the state of, the marriage actually was. I don't have a dog in this fight. I'm not team, so-and-so or team so-and-so. I'm just saying, based on the data that we have been given, it looks like divorce was on the menu in the Walshe house on December 27th.
Page 257, record 945. What is the title?
Washington, D.C. divorce laws, Google search.
And what is the date and time?
Dingus.
December 27th, 2022, 8:54:13 p.m.
And you have the binder exhibit in front of you, but if you look between records 891 and 934, what does the Safari history show to you between those record numbers, 891 and 934? What topic articles are being looked at?
Is this, I'm sorry, what number is this one we're on? The divorce laws, if you scroll up?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
This is 945.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yep.
If we look at record numbers 891 through 934.
They're all showing websites regarding divorce advice, mistakes in divorce, using verbal abuse, don't split up like this, the 10 stupidest mistakes men make facing divorce. It's all divorce related.
Thank you. So if we look at page 259, record 951. What is the title being looked at?
Can you scroll down a little more? There. Oh, if you scroll back up, I'll just read it from the URL. So it's a Google search for Chase login credit card, and then it does a redirect to the Chase that does it again. It's duplicated.
Okay. And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022 at 8:57:13 p.m.
Okay. And this goes on to record 1026 on page 279 if you look in the binder. Is that correct?
Yes, showing all Chase account information, the Chase website for the account.
Trooper, if you look at page 508, record 1890.
Okay.
What is the title?
Replay poker dash Google search.
And what is the date and the time?
12/31/2022, 6:53 p.m.
He does.
Your Honor, I am about to change topics. Would this be a good time to stop for lunch?
Sure. Jurors, bring up lunch. See you now.
All rise for the court, please. The notebooks. Hold it.
That was only the morning. I felt like we lost 6 hours.
So, you may be seated. Any updates on the forecast? It's nothing burger. Can you just take a look? So I was just asking Madam Clerk to check on the weather. It looks like a nothing burger, I'll call it.
Yeah,
So,
the judge
we don't need
was
to be worried
wondering,
about that this afternoon. We'll plan to go right through to 4 o'clock.
based on the possible forecast of the snowstorm that went through my neck of the woods, if they were going to have to end early. But it looks like they kind of downgraded the snow for Massachusetts, so she is okay going to the regular time. So
Anyone
just
need anything to be addressed before I take it off the bench? All right, have a nice lunch.
all right, and we will skip right through the lunch. We are going to skip right through the commentary and go back. Hopefully, we will catch up as. No, I don't want that. Stop you. I don't. Here we are. Thanks. I just really did not feel like doing my hair. I'll probably, go be crazy and have my real hair tomorrow. Oh, for goodness sake, I didn't want to do that.
Back in session, you may be seated.
And you may proceed.
Thank you very much. Marino, I just want to finish with that. Can you just remind me of the exhibit number in front of you on the binder?
Yes, it's Exhibit 79.
I just want to finish with Exhibit 79 with the going back to initially page 598, record 2193. If you could just tell me the title for that.
Yes, Patrick Kearney, Google search.
Okay. And going then to page 600, record 2198.
Yes, this is Patrick Kearney, Wikipedia.
And could you please tell me the date and time for that?
Yes, January 1st, 2023, 11:57 a.m.
And in the course of your investigation, did you do anything to determine who Patrick Kearney was?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do to determine who Patrick Kearney was?
I went to the Wikipedia site that the user of the laptop went to.
And what did you learn?
That Patrick
Overruled.
Kearney was called the trash bag killer.
Thank you.
No, Dingus. Tail action is great.
Trooper, I want to ask you
Not the keyboard.
if you were able to, I want to ask you about what day you received your search warrants from the court. You had previously told us that it was January 10th of 2023. Is that correct?
No, I messed up the days.
What date was it?
I got the warrants on January 9th. I did the device extractions on the 10th.
Thank you. So that's still of 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. So, Trooper Carino, you made a forensic copy of the iPad Mini 6. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And that was item number 7 that you gave in the lab. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And after getting that search warrant on January 9th, how did you make the forensic copy of the device of the iPad Mini 6?
So I used Gray Key, which is specialized hardware and software, to extract the information from the device so we could look at it later.
Okay. And what date did you use the Gray Key?
That was January 10th of 2023.
Okay. And can you just explain the process to the jurors of using the Gray Key?
Yes, so we get the device, we plug it into the system. If a passcode is known, you enter the passcode. If not, it has the ability, depending on iOS and Apple product model, to brute force the passcode to guess it. And it can take anywhere from days to years.
Okay. And then once the information is extracted.
If it's not children, it's cats. I have 2 cats right now that are trying to play tag with each other with no respect for the fact that I'm trying to do a serious trial stream, or at least as serious as I can be. Dingus, you are 40 pounds of cat.
A copy is made, what do you do with the data?
So we save it from the Gray Key server to our secure server so we can load that into whatever forensic software we want to use to look at it, whether it be Cellbrite or Axiom.
Because it's not in a readable format at that point. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's in an encrypted zip file.
Okay. And where is the actual device now, that iPad Mini 6?
That's at the Norfolk DA's office evidence room.
Okay. And after you made the forensic copy, then what did you do?
Well, the device would stay in evidence, and then we would load that, like as I said, into our forensic software to start looking at the information.
And what software did you use?
I use Cellbrite for this one, their
Okay.
physical analyzer.
Trooper, had you previously examined this device, that same device, the iPad Mini 6?
Yes, I had.
And when was that?
January 7th of 2023.
And how did you have possession of the iPad Mini 6?
It was given to us by Brian Walshe, the police.
And what forensic tool did you use when you first examined the iPad mini that Brian Walsh gave to you?
I used the same products. I used Gray Key for the extraction and then Celebrate Physical Analyzer to view the data.
And at that time, did you have the password?
Yes, I did.
And what was the password for that device?
121212.
And after making a copy,
What in the spaceballs is this world in this trial?
a forensic copy of the data, what did you do with the iPad that the police received from Brian Walsh on January 7th?
Devices were returned to Brian Walsh.
And was that same device in the Walsh residence on January 8th when you executed the search warrant?
Yes, it was.
And how do you know that it was the same device?
So when we plug a system into Gray Key, it creates a progress report showing the date and time that we plugged it in, the process it goes through, and creates a PDF. When we plug that same device in days later, as long as the extraction has been deleted off the server, it rereads and knows this is the same device, same serial number. The hash value for the information may be different because time has changed, so user input and changes to the device will show. So,
But the serial number is the same.
yeah, serial number is the same. The Apple ID, the model number, all that stays the same.
And who assigns the serial number?
Apple, when it's
Jesus.
manufactured.
Okay. So when you examined the device on January 10th, after the search warrant issued, did you determine who the iPad, whose Apple ID, for this iPad, whose Apple ID was associated with it?
Yes, I did.
And what was the Apple ID?
brw@tensaleconsulting.com.
And was there a device name?
Yes, Brian's iPad.
And when you first examined the iPad Mini 6 on January 7th, what was the Apple ID?
The same, brw@tensaleconsulting.
And what was the device name?
Again, the same, Brian's iPad.
Were you limited in the dates that the search warrant allowed you to examine?
Yes.
Sure.
Interesting. There might be something that was stipulated in motions in limine prior to this trial going to court that they can't speak about certain dates or the door has to be open to do that. I'm not sure, but looks like there is some lawyering going on. Trooper, the warrant that you wrote, that you sought, you limited the dates to 12/25/22 through January 8th of 2023 for the data that you could look at. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so you followed those dates when you were doing your search?
Yes, you're able to edit the information down to that set time frame.
And so you did an examination of the web history for the iPad Mini, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So you did it for both initially for when Mr. Walsh had given you the device, and then you did it again when you sought a search warrant. You did 2 extractions of that and analysis, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And Your Honor, that has been marked as exhibit number 8. Previously as exhibit number 8.
And noting the prior objections, any new objections? Okay. That's item number 7, is that correct?
That is item number 7, the iPad mini. Thank you.
Okay. So I now marked and in evidence as exhibit 80 is the extraction for item 7, the
Thank you. And my,
iPad mini 6.
may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And Trooper,
The binders are breeding like bunnies. How many binders do we have?
I'll show you the cover has report 1 and report 2. And there's a yellow piece of paper that divides them.
Okay.
Can you just tell me the difference, report 1 and report 2, when those were done?
Yes. So report 1 was just an extraction of the web history that I created to send out in email format on January 7th. And just go to the next page here.
So that was from when Brian Walsh gave police the device.
That's correct.
And report 2,
Yes, just get to it. And report 2 is post that. This has a date of 11/10/2025 using, again, physical analyzer for the web history.
okay, and that's from the search warrant content, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and what makes the PDF reports different, besides one was given to police and one was based on a search warrant?
Yeah, so Cellbrite and all of these companies, they come out with constant software updates. This is a far older version of Cellbrite that I used. This is just a newer version, so it might have some columns extra that the older version didn't have.
So you're pointing, and if
I'm
you
sorry,
could just
yes.
use your, if you could just use your words.
Yes.
Oh, dear God. No, I can't listen to adult talking like a kindergartner.
Yeah, so each report has different columns. It's the same information, but it's just extra. It may have an extra column of information. That's the only difference.
So the second report in the file, that software was updated, is what you're saying?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. So you said that the binder contains the web history from the iPad. So those are the same? The web history is the same?
Yes, nothing was taken out from the web history. It's whatever was there from that date and time frame.
Okay. And the binder, you said that the binder contains the web history from the iPad. And what had you looked at with the MacBook? Also web history?
Yes, it's the Safari Web. It's just called a little different in Axiom, just how they name it.
Okay. And what did you find between the MacBook and the iPad web history?
So the web history for the iPad, other than numerous more YouTube videos, had the same searches that we saw that are in the MacBook.
Were you able to determine which device, the laptop, meaning the MacBook, or the iPad, the searches originated from?
Yes, I was.
How?
So initially, I had only looked at the iPad first and had believed that they possibly had come from that. By extracting the database from each device and then loading it into a SQLite browser, which is another program to just view the databases, I was able to see that the MacBook had a designation of 0, showing that it originated on the MacBook, whereas the iPad did not have that. It had an unknown source.
Okay. And what did that indicate to you?
That the MacBook, all of these searches that were done on the MacBook were native to that machine, not from another device coming over.
So what did that indicate that had happened with the iPad?
Well, that due to the Apple IDs being the same on both devices, the iPad during setup must have had the sync function on because it was able to sync the web history to the iPad, but not the iPad to the MacBook.
And what does sync mean?
Synchronized.
Magic.
Apple makes their products so if you use the same Apple ID on your phone, your laptop, and your iPad, it shares all the information so you're not constantly switching between devices.
If a user does not change the settings, the data can sync across devices that are signed in with the same Apple ID? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So if you look back at the big binder, that being Exhibit 79, and you look at like record 2365.
So originally, Tammy, why this becomes important is originally when the police were freely given the iPad mini by Brian, I don't know if he didn't look fully at the report or the older edition wasn't able to show. But basically, because they had a MacBook and an iPad, whatever Brian looked up on his laptop also synced into the history on the iPad that his kids would use, or I believe it was his oldest son. So when police finally got to look at the iPad mini, I don't think Brian was aware that it synced his history. And so it kind of looked like the iPad mini had been used to conduct all these searches. And for a man who didn't seem to quibble much about dismemberment and possible red rum and all those searches, he did seem to get a little bit upset when it was implied by police officers that the iPad mini was used in these searches, kind of implying that he used his kids' iPads or iPad to look up these searches. But I guess in the newer edition of Cellbrite, they were able to determine that all of the searches were in fact made on the laptop and not on the iPad mini.
On page 650. Thank you. It says,
What's the record number we're looking at?
2365, Your Honor. It says in the, I'm sorry, if you could go up, Ms. Gilman.
Now it does look like we're 3 to 4 minutes or maybe 10
2364,
away
I should have
from
said.
cross.
In that URL, it says channel equals iPad underscore BM and source. What does that mean?
So it's reading that channel is iPad underscore BM. BM stands for bookmark or favorites. So it's the
Not bowel
Google
movement.
search engine is a favorite in the iPad.
Does that show that the search originated on the iPad then?
No.
So why is that appearing?
I'm not 100% sure of how or why Apple codes it this way, but it's that the iPad and the MacBook are synced, so the iPad has Google as its saved bookmark search engine.
Thank you. You could take that down. Thank you very much. Did you forensically copy the iPhone 13 mini and iPhone SE pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes.
And these are Apple products?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And are you familiar with an iMessage?
Yes, I am.
And what is the difference between an iMessage and a text message?
So the iMessage is going from Apple device to Apple device, whereas a text message is going Apple device to an Android. You'll know this if you have an Apple phone, you get the blue messages, and if you send it to someone who doesn't have an Apple phone, you're getting the text box is green.
So what was the process that you followed to make a forensic copy of the phones?
The same as the iPad, plugged it into GrayKey, did the extraction, and then from there saved it to our server and would be able to load it up later into Cellbrite to analyze it.
Same process?
That's exactly right.
Okay. And could you forensically copy both phones at the same time?
No, as I said, we only have one gray key machine, so we have to do one device at a time.
Okay. And then were you able to look at the device on a program like Celebrate?
Yes, that's what I use, Celebrate Physical Analyzer.
And had you previously viewed the data on the iPhone Mini 13?
I did a cursory look with Trooper Connor Keefe, but I didn't go deep into it.
Okay. And how had you accessed the iPhone 13 Mini previously?
The same way. It's through Gray Key, downloaded it, and Celebrate Physical Analyzer to view it.
But had Mr. Walsh given that to police?
Oh, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And when was that?
January 6th or 7th? January 6th, I'm sorry, of
Okay.
2023.
And you had worked, you said, with Trooper Keefe on that?
That's correct.
All right. And did you have a password for that iPhone?
Yeah. I can't tell because he doesn't really enunciate whether he's saying Keith or Keefe. And you would think he would say O'Keefe if he meant to say O'Keefe, but I don't know, and I'm not up to date on the roster and, you know, kind of mugshots of all the Canton or state troopers. I've kind of sidestepped all of that info, so it looks like it's Trooper Keefe on closed caption, but closed captioned is not the best, discerner of sounds either.
13 Mini.
Yes, we did.
And what was that password?
1975-12.
And were you able to determine a phone number for that iPhone 13 Mini?
Yes, I was.
And do you know the phone number?
Yes.
And what is that phone number?
617-939-8646.
And what is the Apple ID for that phone?
So there were two listed, Diana_Walsh at Comcast.net, I believe, and then Brian R. Walsh at gmail.com.
So that's not the same as the MacBook and the iPad.
No, that's correct.
So what's the significance of that?
Well, that the phone wouldn't sync to those other two devices.
Did you examine the device to see if the iPhone Mini 13 was used on January 1st and 2nd of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I pared it down by date and then looked at the device events.
And were you able to prepare a report?
Yes, I was.
Thank you, Jedi
And how did you
Jess.
prepare that report?
I exported the device events from the phone from Celebrate Physical Analyzer to PDF.
Marked as Exhibit 81.
Any new objections?
No,
What's the item number on this one, since that's what I've been keeping track of these?
Oh, the item number on this one is five.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The extraction for item 5, the iPhone 13 mini, is now in evidence as Exhibit 81.
Your Honor, might Ms. Gilman display this?
She may.
Thank you. If you could just do the top columns. Thank you. Trooper, what is event type?
The event type is what the phone records, what it did. So shown here, device lock status.
What is value?
What happened with the phone. So showing, the first one is showing unlocked.
What is additional information?
If the phone recorded any additional information, like how it was plugged in or anything, it would show in this column here.
What is AC charger? If you could go down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman. A little bit more.
For those of you who are new to True Crime, yes, your phone is your biggest snitch. But if you don't take your phone, then you're conscious that your phone is your biggest snitch. And if you turn it in airplane mode, you might be kidnapped or missing. Basically, you're darned if you do, darned if you don't. Possibly just don't crime.
Keep going to AC charger. Thank you. What is AC charger?
So line 5 shows the charging method, and it shows that it was plugged into an AC wall charger.
What is that?
Like when you plug
Are
in
you
at home to
kidding?
your alternating current in the wall.
Thank you.
Sorry.
What is USB port?
That's the charging method. It was plugged via USB port.
This
to
woman
charge
is
the phone.
trying to test the limits
What
of
is
my
source?
ADHD.
The source is the location of where the information came from the device, like how it recorded it.
So there are two options, I believe. If we could see knowledge C and biome.
Yes, it's two different locations how Apple stores data. Knowledge C is the main database. Biome is a secondary repository for the information.
And what is deleted?
If the event was deleted from the phone,
Going through the report, what event was associated with this device on January 1st, 2023 at 7:57 a.m.? And these are all converted UTC times, correct, for Eastern Standard Time?
that's correct. If you look, it says UTC -5 in the parentheses.
Thank you. So 7:57
Yes.
a.m. So that's device number 2?
Yes. So it shows 1 and 2 show the same items. 1 just shows the start time, 7:57 a.m. The device lock status, the phone was unlocked.
And how long was it unlocked?
Approximately 2 minutes.
And what time does the device become locked?
7:59:45 a.m.
And after the device becomes locked, what happens next to it?
8:09:12 a.m. on January 1st, it is plugged in.
And then what happened?
It recorded 2 charging things 2 seconds apart. And then after at 11:23 a.m., the device is unlocked again.
Okay, and then what happens?
It is then locked at 11:24:15.
And then what happens?
The device is 12:38:40. It's unlocked again on the 1st.
And then what happens?
And then it's locked again at 12:39:20.
Now, this is important because Brian claimed to the officers during the initial interview that he, the entire weekend and going into the Monday morning, and I believe until that Tuesday, he had lost his phone. That's why he, didn't have any text messages, why he didn't call the missing person. He claimed that his kids probably, threw it in the trash or something like that. So this is being brought in to show that he did have, in fact, access to his phone, or someone did, and someone was locking it and unlocking it. And unlike the kid's iPad, it wasn't a code like 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like it was a code, maybe his birthday, 1975-12. So, yeah, it doesn't look good for Mr. Walsh. But his lawyer did say, hey, Brian lied to the police. So we are getting the case that the defense told us to expect.
On the 1st.
And then does the phone get unlocked?
Yes. 12:45:20.
And then what happens?
And locked again at 12:46:49.
And then what happens?
It is unplugged on the 1st at 1:42:02 p.m. And then unlocked on January 2nd at 2:25 p.m.
How can an iPhone be unlocked?
There's 2 ways, Face ID or by inputting the passcode.
Trooper, in addition to your digital forensics work on this case, did you transport evidence from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to the crime lab?
Yes, I did.
And generally, what did you pick up?
I believe there was 7 bags of rug, some metal tissue, and I believe
7 bags of rug? What in the grammar is that? Also, okay, 7 bags of rug.
hair.
And how large were those bags?
The bags of rug were like not as big as a lawn leaf bag, but a large brown bag, and the other ones were smaller.
And when was that?
January 11th of 2023,
And where did you take those?
to the Maynard Crime Lab.
And what did you do when you arrived at the lab?
I turned them over to Crime Lab staff and filled out their intake paperwork.
And did you submit those for processing?
Yes, that's correct.
And you got a receipt for that you
Yes.
dropped those off?
Yes, they gave me a copy of the intake form.
If I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-exam?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, let's see what the defense is
I'm
going
gonna
to do
stay
with
here
this.
for a while, so we get a good recording. I want to talk to you about this timeline, this date that you referred to.
What in the I have no idea what happened.
Let's just start with the iPad Mini 13, device number 5. That's been marked as Exhibit 81. You told the jury about the events that you looked at, the event log that you created, correct?
Yes, well, it was an iPhone Mini 6, not a Mini 13. The phone was the Mini 13.
Okay. And well, you told us about Exhibit 81 being locked and unlocked, correct?
Yes, for the iPhone.
Okay. And you told us about how it could be locked or unlocked using either a password or face recognition.
Yes, that's correct.
And
Yes, except that I am under the distinct impression that the lawyer is continuing to talk about the iPad while using the data that was talked about the phone. I don't think they went into logs. The only thing that they did the login was for the phone, the Mini 13 phone, not for the iPad Mini 6. Maybe if the lawyer had been taking notes too, but I could be really wrong.
how long did it stay unlocked and then locked in the time period that you looked at?
I would have to see the report again, but I believe it's a couple minutes for each.
Okay. And did you ever determine what was being done on the phone during the time it was unlocked?
Again, I'd have to look at the Cellbrite report to see other activity or go through the timeline view to see what the phone was doing. I didn't do a full invest into the phone. Trooper Keefe did.
I see. So Trooper Keefe can tell us about that.
I think so.
All right.
Thank you. I would like to have a little bit more confidence that Trooper Keefe is going to know something. Like, I guess, I don't know. Not the defense attorney realizing that all of his questions were for Trooper Keefe.
It's fair to say that using Cellbrite, the software you told us about, you can create reports that include certain information and exclude other information.
Yes.
And you can create reports, so to speak, with the Cellbrite software that are restricted by date, correct?
That's correct.
And you can do term searches, correct?
Yes.
Well, you can, yeah.
Well, I was thinking my question was going to be if you're doing like an entire phone search or you're just looking, say, messages or web history, because there's different places to search these terms or whatever you're looking for, say a phone number or whatever.
Okay. So you can decide what information you want to look at using Celebrite and then what.
Lawyer, you promised us that you were not going to wander and that we were going to get a good recording, and you are steadily afraid of the mic.
Whatever information you're looking at, you can dictate what terms you think are important to search for. And then you can search for them.
Yes, if I had specified terms that I need to look for, yes.
And did you do a term search on the MacBook for instance, divorce?
No.
Okay,
For the
Snippy.
MacBooks, I didn't do any term searches. I just did by timeline from what was allowed in the warrant.
Are you aware of the fact that, well, let me ask you this. On that MacBook that you told us about sometime, the reference to divorce and all those things we heard on direct examination, that only occurred on 12/27 and 2022. Is that fair to say?
I can only say what I've looked for from that time frame. If anything happened prior, I don't know.
But my question is, what you testified to,
Okay, the defense, I think, is putting their foot into this, and I'm going to explain why. Now, the defense is fighting really hard and going to claim, again, that these divorce searches were only to make sure that Anna was best taken care of should Brian have to go to jail. Well, then why is he specifically looking for states that are friendly to men? If the entire premise of this divorce was solely to make sure that Anna ended up with benefits and could, take care of the children, why is he looking at states that won't, take all of your money if you're a man? Again, if you force the jury to pay more attention to this, you are going to show them more holes in your logic. Maybe don't, make a big point out of this because, again, it doesn't follow logic. Why would he be looking at, again, pro-men lawyers and states with the best men's rights if the entire and sole purpose, as you're trying to tell us, of this divorce was to make sure that Anna had, resources, funds, everything available to her should Brian have to go into the Huskow. It doesn't make sense. And you keep pointing it out, and I'm guaranteeing one of the juries is going to say, wait, this doesn't make sense.
references that you were asked multiple times on direct examination regarding divorce only occurred on 12/27?
That's correct from what I have.
And what was the time period for where all those searches you told us about referencing divorce? What was the time period?
I don't remember the exact time. I believe it was around 11 o'clock in the morning, but I could be mistaken. I would have to look.
What was the time period that was encompassed that covered the entire divorce searches that you referenced on direct examination?
As I said, I don't know the exact time. I would have to look to see.
And what time did those divorce searches that you referenced in direct examination, what time did they occur?
Again, I'd
You
have to
just
look at
asked
the
that.
notes to see the exact date and times.
But you would agree they only occurred on 12/27?
I believe that's the when they all cap. Yes.
And when of the
Yes, he did. And he, in fact, got in trouble on January the 1st with his, home monitoring thing because he decided to go to Mom's house and Shaw's and a bunch of other different places, probably to get, his kit of red rum dismemberment. But yes, he did have a ankle monitor on, I believe.
searches that you told the jury about had to do with something like 10 best states?
I think it was 5, but yes, 5 best states.
Did you take the time to look at those documents that refer to those searches?
I don't know if I looked at all of the divorce ones. I did look at some.
He spent more time on the, illicit videos just for, science. He definitely investigated the heck out of, I think, cuckold wife gets impregnated by other dude. He really investigated that one.
And you would agree that if someone were to be searching for divorce, they could be searching for the topic of divorce and how divorce might affect protection of family assets. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Could that?
Yes.
It could, yes.
And are you aware, Trooper, as you sit here today, that around that time of December 27th, are you aware of the fact that Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh were talking about the sale of one of their properties?
I did see Zillow searches in the MacBook for apartments in DC, I believe, but I didn't know anything about sales.
Okay, did you ever take the time to examine the phone that belonged to Brian Walsh?
Again,
Is that,
Sustains, specify what you're talking about, counsel.
what are the phones that you examined that were associated to Brian Walsh?
As I said, I only did a cursory look through the iPhone 13 regarding the device events, and that was about it.
So would Trooper Keith know more about that?
Yes, he did most of the mapping. Yes, that's true.
So I guess my next question is, are you aware of text messages between Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh encompassing the dates of December 25th and December 30th of 2022?
No, there were none in the devices that I looked at.
So when you were asked questions about your review of the MacBook and references to the divorce on or around 12/27, you, as you sit here today, you have no idea what was going on in text messages between Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh.
That's correct.
Why in the world are we... I don't understand what the defense hopes to win with this. I mean, I do understand that they are trying to protect the narrative that they put out in opening statements, but I still contend that by pointing out that he was looking at, the best states for men and things like that, it's going to create a logical disconnect between this solely being for the protection of Anna.
And you said you reviewed some of the documents that were associated with the divorce searches. Did you see any documents that specifically referenced what states were more beneficial when it comes to fees and the timing for judgment nisi and things like that in the context of a divorce?
Unless it was listed on the webpage, I didn't see any specific searches for that itself.
And did you, as you sit here today, do you recall reading any documents associated with those divorce searches that had to do with protecting assets of family?
No, I looked at these years ago. I haven't looked at them since.
I believe if the story, as I understand it, is correct, I believe he was friends with someone who had an Andy Warhol, an original. He ended up stealing it, then making prints and trying to sell the prints to an art gallery. I could be wrong. I did a kind of overview article about it on Mornings with Mo, but I believe that was about 2.5 years ago. I will look up more info on his federal case, but it's escaping me right now, and my brain is literally mush after listening to almost 3 hours of, and what was the website's name? Pretty much, pretty much. He admits to dismembering and moving the body, but
Those searches that you were asked about on direct examination coming from the MacBook and the data that you extracted, the many searches that had to do with Chase, you recall those questions?
The Chase Bank? Yeah, yes.
And it's fair to say that by looking at the data that you based your direct testimony, you can.
oh, sorry. I was trying to look something up. My brain, forgive me. It's been a long day. My brain was not functioning. I forgot to go off the current tab or current tab.
Examination coming from the MacBook and the data that you extracted, the many searches that had to do with Chase. You recall those questions?
The Chase Bank? Yeah, yes.
And it's fair to say that by looking at the data that you based your direct testimony, you cannot tell at all what specific data was being reviewed.
Again, if I can see the websites listed, sometimes it'll say you're in the accounts dashboard. It could list out, but again, I'd have to see exactly what you're.
Okay, I did a quick chat GPT look because I was, and the bingo card should be pinned to the top. So he did have an ankle monitoring bracelet, home confinement monitor. However, this device does not act as a GPS monitor. It uses radio frequencies that only record whether he's inside or outside of his approved residence zone. So it's not going to be like a GPS monitor like your phone would be. But that is a good question, and I didn't know either, so thanks for asking, and I will try to look those things up. There you go.
Describing.
Cooper, I guess the reason I'm asking, let me ask you this way. Okay. You investigate a case, correct?
Yes.
You're charged with looking at data like this, and you use specialized forensic tools to look at the data, correct?
Yes.
And you're trained to look at the data and try to interpret what the data is, correct?
Yes.
And then you share that information, don't you, with the Commonwealth, correct?
Correct.
And so now you were brought in here as a witness, and you were just asked questions about all of these searches that occurred regarding Chase, correct?
Yes.
And is it your testimony then today that the Commonwealth never sat down with you and said, tell us what you can tell us about what's being looked at on those Chase searches?
I wasn't asked to explain every Chase website to them.
Okay, but were you asked a simple question? Can you tell us what the person actually viewed with regards to a Chase account?
Again, if I see the data, I can explain it, but I can't say everything.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
And I'm not.
Yeah. No, I don't understand your question then.
Well, have you sat down with the Commonwealth in the context of this specific case and those Chase searches and tried to explain to them what it is, as the digital expert in the case, what was being viewed on the Chase accounts?
Just that Chase had been, the website for the Chase account had been.
Okay, again, I'm not a computerologist. I have about as much technical know-how as your Aunt Edith with a jitterbug phone. But wouldn't banking information be encrypted so that you couldn't tell what someone was looking at other than like they logged in, but you couldn't, just go bloop onto the little thing and push a URL and get to their account? I mean, I don't know. I have no idea how internet magic works, but I feel like anyone with even more of a cursory knowledge than myself or this lawyer could answer this.
Visited.
And that's it.
That's correct.
I'm with Garino here. I need like a triple espresso, and I hate coffee.
You would agree with me, wouldn't you, Trooper Greeno, that when someone enters specific search terms, then the browser or the search engine that they're using will generate a number of results, correct?
Yes.
And then the user can click on some of those results or bypass some of those results and just go to some other results.
That's correct.
And
Yes, we generally understand how the internet works thanks to today. I also learned what an AC charger was.
when you would agree with me then that when search results appear, they can lead the viewer, the user, to then follow that link and go someplace else, correct?
It's going to be based on the search term, and then it can send you to something similar, but not exactly what you wrote.
And is that what you told the jury about redirect?
That's correct.
And so when a user gets redirected to some other website or something, that's not at the, that's not a result of the user saying, I want to be redirected. That is the software doing it on its own.
Well, the user would have to click on the web page for it to open for them to see it.
Right, but to be redirected, it's the algorithm or whatever's going on that directs the user to some other.
Wait, is he trying to say that
Again, it's going to be
Skynet
similar.
wrote all the searches of premeditation? It's a good thing I'm taking a break because I don't know that my abs nor bladder can take this level of mental gymnastics. 6 children does not a strong bladder make. We'll continue. I'll keep listening. But oh my gosh, what the hell is this?
Terms to what that were written. It's not like they type in, basketball and they get sent to, something about space.
Maybe it's me. I'm not asking. I'm saying someone types in particular search terms, and then the software, the browser, then generates search results.
That's correct.
And at times, the browser and the software redirects the user to something that it thinks, hey, maybe this is what is relevant to what you're looking at.
Yes, that's correct.
And I know that it doesn't talk to the user, but you understand that.
Yes.
And you saw instances of that in your review of the data in the map.
Yes, I don't know the exact number, but there's a handful that I saw.
And Trooper Garino, when someone is doing a search for something,
Wait a minute. Are we throwing out the possibility that AI auto-corrected "I'd like to snuggle with my wife" to "I accidentally killed my wife, how do I dispose of the body"? Like he was writing, effing and it put ducking and it just put him into a rage. Where are we going with this? I feel like he's getting to like, look, I was trying to say snuggle and love and autocorrect went decapitation and hide a body. It's really weird. My internet algorithm is all cursed.
something like how to dispose of a body, did you follow that link to the result of that specific query?
Don't know if that specific one, but I did go to many of the ones that were listed.
And so as you sit here today, can you tell the jury then that if you were to put in that particular query, how to dispose of a body, that the results would include things like cemetery names or other things like that?
Well, it would constantly change. So if I did it now, the results would be nothing like.
So he was looking for cemeteries because if you're going to dispose of a body, why not use a burial ground that's already been dug up by someone else? What in the name of all that is Cheetos?
They were 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay, and that wasn't my question,
Yeah.
but that's fine. Let me ask it again. That
Lord
if
Jesus.
someone
I
were
w-
to enter
yeah.
specific search terms like how to dispose of a body, the results could simply be, here, take the body to a cemetery, something like that.
Again, I would have to search it to see. I can't say
So you
definitively.
didn't do that.
For that specific one, no.
Yeah, Marley and Marley's funeral homes. You drop them,
And so
we stock them.
it's fair to say that when someone is using specific search terms, sometimes you have to add additional terms to get information.
Wait, are we trying to say that he was trying to look up funeral homes, but Google got his intentions wrong when he kept saying how to clean up blood off wood floors and, how to hide a stinky body? He was simply looking for funeral homes and got all of his search terms really confused.
That might be more helpful to what you're asking about.
So like adding more words? Is that what you're saying? That could be, yes.
So it could be the fact that to get more specific information about, for instance, how to dispose of a body, you would then have to add another search term like murder to get more specific information that you might be looking for.
I can't say.
No.
So you didn't try that in your context of your investigation in this case.
Again, this was years ago that I did this, so I have no.
Okay, not that I really want to stick up for this particular trooper in any point, but I do call balls and strikes. Trooper Garino was only here, and his only role in this investigation was to download and parse out all of the information, on these devices. He was not to dig into it. He was not to follow leads. He's not to do anything like that. His job is to say, okay, detectives, this is all the stuff that I found on the phone. I can go deeper into some things if you want me to look at it and use other computer magic. His job and his part in this case was not to do anything more than that. And it is something that if you're not aware of trials, you're not aware of how kind of some lawyers on either side will play this because, he is not the lead detective. He's not, the person that was going out and chasing down these leads. He was simply the one that was able to translate computer magic on the devices into easy to read PDFs.
Recollection of it.
But you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that just in a general context, whether we're talking about terms like murder or any other term, sometimes to get more search results, you have to add more terms.
Again, I can't say for certain.
I swear to God, look, Friday, I don't know, but you could get drunk every time this defense attorney does his little snooty, And I don't appreciate it because you're asking dumbass questions. You're allowed to be snooty if you're smart. If you're asking stupid questions that make me question whether you graduated from the law school of DeVry, you're not allowed to be
So-
snooty.
You would agree, wouldn't you, that your review of the MacBook data that you extracted, that all of these dark search queries that you were asked specifically on direct examination, that they all occurred only after 4:52 a.m. on January 1st, 2023?
That I was able to see, yes.
When you say able to see,
Well, I didn't have anything going back prior to the 25th, so I only have what was limited via the search warrant, but everything was from the 1st to about, I believe, the 4th.
but we've already been through this. So
Yeah.
let me ask you again. If you wanted to see
Swear to God, do not take a drink every time he says, "Let me ask you again." No, yes, the searches for the dismemberment and dismemberment of said body were only made after January at around 4 in the morning. Yes, but they were only able to predate the incident to December 25th per the search warrant. So there could have been other premeditation things that were precluded due to the search warrant. But I don't know why this is the hill you want to die on, but okay.
if there was a search is conducted on this MacBook where someone is trying to figure out how to dispose of a body before January 1st of 2023, and you thought that was important to your investigation, once again, you could have gone back and applied for a warrant to see if there were, right?
Well, I'd have to show probable cause for the warrant to show why I would need to go back further than the 25th that I've already written for.
So you had no probable cause then to go back to the court and say, I have reason to believe that.
I'm sorry, I have 2 pages of probable cause just in the dates that were outlined in the search warrant. How much more do we need? I mean, by any chance, did Brian take Polaroids while he was dismembering? I mean, that's the only way we could get more. Okay.
Someone might have been trying to learn how to dispose of a body prior to January 1st of 2023 at 4:52 in the morning.
Objection.
Overruled.
That's correct.
In fact, in all of your examination of the data that you did look at, the data that you chose to limit to 12/25 to January 8th, you saw nothing in the data dating back to 12/25 that indicated any searches that were relevant to how to dispose of a body.
That's correct.
You saw no searches about anything about DNA or anything of the sort.
That's correct.
You saw no searches about how to get rid of blood.
Yes.
You saw no searches about how to use hydrogen peroxide to clean ice.
Yes.
Yes, meaning you didn't see any.
Yes, that's correct. I didn't see any.
Kind of agree with Carino in the facial movements at this point.
But you would agree then, just try to end this particular process, that if you had, what you've referred to this jury here, probable cause to think someone had tried to plan a murder, you could have gone and applied for a warrant to see if there was data on that Mac.
Objection.
Well, except they're not going for a lesser and including a crime of passion. And they could have very well have made that their narrative. Brian was suddenly confronted with the fact that the wife that he loved was having a years-long affair. And then, he loses his mind in a fit of passion, which would be second-degree murder, so a lesser than premeditated. And, then freaked out, horrified by what he'd done, continued to, discombobulate her. Don't make me defend this witness, and don't make me have to do the mental gymnastics to make this defense work. I've spent 5 hours in monotone hell with this audio.
Sustained.
In your review of the MacBook digital data, did you see any thing indicating a search for a man named William Festa?
Yes. Was that on? I believe so.
Do you recall when that search was?
I don't. I believe it was prior to January 1st, if I'm not mistaken.
So you have no recollection as you sit here today that you had a discussion with the Commonwealth about searches specific to William Festa?
No, that's correct.
By the way, I understand that these exhibits, these bindings, sometimes they're referred to as reports, but it's a report generated by Celebrate, correct?
That's correct. Or Axiom.
Or Axiom.
Yeah.
And regarding a report, you never wrote any report summarizing what it was that you found on the map.
That's correct. I take it directly from the software. That way I don't make any mistakes.
Look, don't make Trooper Guarino type. He can barely find the information in the cases that he's assigned, let alone, keep track of them and not lose over 40,000 text messages of child grossness. I mean, honestly, he's doing a good job.
From transcribing it from one to another.
And is it fair to say that this binder that you have there on this shelf, it's 1,034 pages long, correct?
I believe so.
And it contains many, many entries referred to as records, correct?
Yes.
How many records?
I can tell you in a second.
6012.
3,677.
Out of those 3,677 records created in the Celebrate report, can you tell the jury how many of those records are relevant to your investigation specific to this?
The exact number of the records? No, I couldn't.
Can you give us an estimate?
No.
Because again, he's not the one that
You would
decides
agree,
what
wouldn't you, Trooper,
information.
that it's a very relatively small amount of those records, those over 3,000 records that have any relevance to the point of the investigation of this case.
No.
Well, then how many records do apply to the investigation of this case?
Again, I'd just be guessing, but I think a good portion.
And what's a good portion?
I don't know.
More than 50%.
I don't have a specific number.
Guarino, I'm with you. Is this done yet? Can we be released from purgatory yet? Ooh, that ponytail is dead. It was beautiful at the beginning of the day, but we are seeing frizz.
We've done a lot of work today, so I'm going to let you, of course, use the facilities, but I'm also going to send you on your way for the day and we'll be back ready to work.
Thank you, Jeebus.
I know you guys aren't watching, you're not listening to the news media, so the weather probably looks like nothing better, as my kids would say. Safe travels home. Before I leave you, I want to remind you, jurors, don't do any research about this case. Continue to be vigilant about not listening to any news media, any social media. Talk to anyone, don't do any research about the case. Continue to have open minds. With those mornings, you're ready to come home tonight. Appreciate your work. We'll see you back. We're ready to work in the morning.
All rise, everyone, please. Close your notebooks.
I believe that was Carino. I would accept exactly, or actually at the end of this, what I might do is go ahead and go over a recap for you guys and then just cut out this video because I am stick a fork in me done. So I will have a possum video for tomorrow, but we are going to go into kind of a breakdown of what happened today if you didn't get a chance to see the whole trial. We will do a puppy kitten break though. That's about 30 seconds and really fun, kind of give you a little palate cleanser. And then we will see if if either side has anything to bring to the attention of the judge after.
When the world feels like a dumpster dive and humans forget how to thrive, take a break, just you and me, with a puppy and kitten, wild and free. Paws and purrs, let's drift away to a land where tails wag and play. No more noise, just gentle muse in our furry four-legged cruise.
All right. So let's see if, I guess there was nothing else for that. So today has been, add me to this. All right, so it looks like they are taking Brian back. Today has been pretty interesting. I was fairly sure that we were going to have a longer session with that first witness. I wasn't aware of how many interviews they had done with Brian, and it was interesting to hear Brian's demeanor changed as they introduced evidence of the iPad mini and all the searches that he had done. I will say that when the defense tried to point out that Brian had a change in sort of vocal tone or visible upsetness when the iPad mini was brought up, with the insinuation that he had used his son's iPad to do all of these searches. I tend to listen to things very, very kind of to the nth degree. I didn't hear any vocal or tonal changes other than somewhat defeated, like, oh, well, I guess I didn't hide these searches. But it wasn't a big sort of change for me enough that it was noticeable when I was writing notes. We did get a lot of things stipulated, which I do appreciate, especially like the bank records and things like that. So it was at least quicker to go through. And the defense does have a little bit more explaining to do, because going through some of the financial records, it does seem like Anna was in an okay place financially, but Brian had a negative $800 balance in his account. So again, the defense's narrative of this perfect marriage, Brian and Anna being blissfully in love, not having any monetary problems, only looking to get to DC so they could be together, doesn't seem to be held up by the facts. Now, this was a very dense information day, so I don't know if that's going to stand out to any of the jurors, because I kind of know what I'm listening for, having watched trials for a long time. So it might be very hard for a juror who's never had this experience to figure out what's important. So hopefully one of the 16 got some of the information. Now, basically, Brian called the police on January the 3rd, but he was not the one that called in the missing persons report. It was Anna's job, the head of security for her job down in Washington, D.C. And a lot of the interviews were from the 3rd to the 8th when he was arrested. So it does look like that. I will say I have not been impressed with the defense. The defense seems to be trying to fight very odd things when you take into perspective that Brian has already pled guilty to the moving and removal of the body and lying to the police. So it does seem like a weird sort of thing to fight, about, oh, well, it wasn't searched on the iPad mini. And these search results might be, him looking for a funeral home. It really doesn't go. And I think the problem for the defense is the more that the state, I mean, this is just the second witness, but the more the state fleshes out the timeline, we have the timeline January 1st at, a little bit before 4 is where we'll say that the event happened. Anna is no longer alive. Now, whether you want to believe the defense or the state, it's right around 4 a.m. on the 1st. Now, by the time Brian is talking to the police, he's already done all of these dismemberment searches, and he has probably already moved and dismembered this body. So indicating that he was upset by the mention of the iPad really sticks out to me as something weird. I mean, again, the defense lawyer making a point to point out that Brian was upset with the implication that these searches were done on his son's iPad. Well, he was perfectly okay talking to police officers, multiple police officers, multiple times after possibly either coming across his wife, dead, or taking her life and dismembering her. I don't know where the defense is going with this one. It's a difficult case to try to wrap your head around. But thus far, I have not been impressed. I do not like the snippy, snooty attitude of the defense attorney. He is reminding me reflexively of Lawyer Owens in the Sarah Boone case, and I don't like it. I don't like people who are arrogant but are doing a terrible job. He seems to not be able to kind of quickly change or redirect his questions to be easier to understand or follow. Now, I do understand that not everyone's good at technology. I certainly am not. So I would definitely fumble with, kind of asking anyone about this. Now, JKD Buck, the defense in chief is this. Brian and Anna had a wonderful day, New Year's Eve. They partied with a friend, but, the adult over 40 party where you're in bed by, 1 a.m. and you're tired. Well, Anna knew that she had to leave early in the morning for this fictitious trip, so she went to bed early and, maybe they cuddled, had a little married time, who the hell knows. But Brian decides that he's not tired, and so he goes down to the kitchen around 2:30 and decides to be, the best husband ever and clean the kitchen for Anna. Well, he cleans the kitchen, gets, maybe steals another piece of pumpkin pie or something, gets done with that, goes back up to the room, and his spidey senses are tingling. There's a chill in the air. He knows something's off, but he's not sure what. And then he crawls into bed and he tries to nudge his wife, maybe for, married time part 2. And he nudges, nothing happens. Nudges again, nudge, nudge. No response. Well, he nudges her so hard that she falls off the bed, and that is his clue that Anna has passed away from basically, and I mean this with no disrespect, but this is the only way I can liken it to, adult SIDS. The medical term I think that the defense attorney used was sudden unexplained death. And Brian Walsh's response to his wife's unexpected and unexplained death was to assume that everyone was going to think he had done something to her, and decided to make up a fakakta story about her leaving early and going missing and dismembering her body, as you do. So going into this trial, Brian was charged with 3 separate charges. He has pled guilty to the first 2 charges, or the lesser charges of the 3. So the dismemberment or unauthorized or basically the moving of the body, whether full or in pieces and parts, and then the willfully misleading police. Now, for the obstruction of justice, willful misleading of the police, he's looking at between 10 and 20 years. For the tampering and conveyance of a body, he's looking at 3 years with possible more or less depending on the outcome of this case. Now, this case has already been weird because prior to opening statements, the defense attorney actually wanted Brian to get sentenced yesterday for the crimes that he pled guilty to. Now, the judge seemed to be okay with that. In fact, she said that they could revisit it later this week as long as the state does have a chance to get victim impact statements for those particular crimes going. She seems to be okay not holding those until the end of this trial. But typically, if you do plead guilty and there are certain crimes that you want to be tried by a jury, they end up doing sentencing for all of those at the end of your trial, whether you're innocent or guilty. They usually sentence you at the end. So that's been a little odd. We have not yet heard from Redhead defense attorney, and God, I wish we had. Old Man River is driving me nuts. He seems to be clinically allergic to the mic and a little bit of a walker, a wanderer, along with a really snippy and snarky attitude. And when I am on the side of, Trooper, I want to say DeGorio, but I know it's right. Not the Chico. Oh, good Lord. I forgot his name and I just listened and saw his dumb face the entire day. Garino. When I am on, Trooper Garino's side for how snarky and absolutely ineffective he was with his questions, that's telling you something. Now, we will come back tomorrow and Trooper Garino will continue to be on the stand. This has been a really heavily dense information day, so I wouldn't be shocked if, this is something that's going to take a lot longer tomorrow just due to the defense attorney's kind of style of asking questions. If this is going to be kind of repeated every time, the speed that the state is giving us by being efficient and asking only, the most important questions is going to be lost due to the defense's rambling, ridiculous questions. That being said, the defense has a hard row to hoe. They have to get us to believe and take on this somewhat ridiculous story. And just like a self-defense case, you are relying on, the jury to see your actions as reasonable. And I kind of liken it to like dentine gum. 9 out of 10 dentists should recommend that you chew this gum. 9 out of 10 jurors should, say, oh, you know what? If I were, in this situation, I would react, or I could understand reacting this way. And I don't think you're going to find a great pool of people that come across a loved one that's passed and goes directly into, making up a story, lying to cops, and assuming that they're going to get punished or being held responsible for it, which might be considered consciousness of guilt, but that isn't something that's actually in this trial, at least as a jury instruction. But, the defense is asking us to buy a hell of a big story, and thus far, none of the questions they're asking and none of the things that seem to be hills that they're willing to die on are things that I think are advancing their case. The case in point for Detective Garino, focusing in on the date of when that divorce search was done, I think was a weak point, because any juror with logic is going to say, wait, if they're doing this for Anna, why is he looking up, divorce courts that would benefit men? If this is all for Anna, if this is supposed to be, to protect her and the boys, should he have to go to federal prison? Why is he looking for a way to protect his assets and not her asset or family assets? I don't know, but that has been a review of today. I Look, if you ever need to go to sleep, the prosecuting attorney has a wonderful, quiet voice, and at least 4 hours of today's stream is pure, uncut Colombian ambient. So if you need to sleep, I was able to stay awake, but only just barely. Thank you for hanging out with me today and hanging out for this trial. Hopefully you liked the recap, and I will be back tomorrow at 10:30, and we will be doing the same thing. And hopefully the jury is not going home to severely day drink. I might have a drink after this stream. Anyhoozle, I hope you've had a wonderful time, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.